Horrible.
It's
Okay.
a title.
The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we living in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandemic, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye. We don't need him. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and know it go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg can suck dick with that stop and frisk, bitch. You ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me.
I'm talking about shouting going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the bed. Man made the car. Man made the train to carry the heavy load. Man made the electric light to take us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like the 7 million. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. And man makes them happy because man makes them joy. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world. But
Greetings, Black family. Greetings. Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I am your host, Tan Krumah. I'm joined with my other host, Lady Che, who is directly behind us.
Yep.
And we are also joined with our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka Stan Corey, Shabaka's Black Experience Finance, which I'm the co-executive producer and co-host of. And we are now in our fourth season, Black family. It's been 4 years of the Frontline Black News officially as of yesterday. And we
Right.
have several things to discuss. Once again,
Okay. Okay.
the first thing that we're
Oh wait,
gonna
wait, Free, were you able to give what's his face a wrench?
yes.
Deacon, we gotta give you a wrench if you're viewing.
Yes. I did that's why we're part of the reason why we're running late. Um yeah. So we were gonna be discussing several things tonight. The first thing is Black Jesus.
Mm. Yeah.
The
Okay.
Russians the Russians opened a vault to reveal Black Jesus.
Mm.
Now mind you, our good brother Tariq Nasheed had already exposed all of this a decade ago, at least a decade ago, in the
Mm-hmm.
Hidden Split series. So now they're coming out full disclosure,
Mm-hmm.
right? And they're saying they worship Black Jesus now.
Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna go over that. Then we got a lesson from the Young Turks from Professor Black Truth. A lesson
Okay.
from the Young Turks pivot to the right. Ooh, a tip.
Mm-hmm.
Tell them like tip about the Young Turks. So
Mm-hmm.
like them.
No, no, I don't. Just as a goddamn liar. I
Trump,
said not about the Young Turks, okay? I said it's Dr. Richey that I watch.
but he's part of the Young Turks.
I don't care. I like Dr. Richey.
I mean, I like him too, but he's still part of the
I
Young
don't care.
Turks.
I don't care. I like Dr. Richey. That's the only thing that matters right there. And then sometimes he has Nina on there, and he has Sharon on there, and they have these little sarcastic comments, and motherfucking Dr. Richey over there looking all clean and classy lately. You know the little mustache and shit, the little glasses, and he's like, brother.
Mm,
And then he got I wish a Kara would. You
mm,
know, so I like Dr. Richey, and he got the bullpen. Other than that,
yeah,
everybody else can kick rocks. I don't give a fuck about none of them.
right.
And
Well,
when Jake was running, I wanted to see how far that was going to go. And
fuck
obviously, he
Jake.
enjoyed the fucking Democratic ticket or whatever.
Fuck
So
him. I've
everybody's
never
like,
been a fan of him.
whatever. But and look, you were a quitter, and you quit on the third party. That's all I got to say about that. Other than that, fuck him, fuck them, and that lady from motherfucking Young Turks, the blonde one that sits with Jake, she was supporting fucking old what was his name Corny Cruz yesterday, the fucking TV I
Yeah,
was covering.
Coleman Cruz.
Yeah, Corny Cruz. They're gonna call him Corny Cruz. Coleman Cruz. She was supporting him. She's like, he a young black whoop de whoop de whoop. She was supporting. She was on his dick like hard fucking 2 weeks ago. So I'm like, I don't really care for them. I just like Dr. Richey. Dr. Richey is tight. I want to sit on his show. Other than that, fuck them and fuck the Young Turks. You can't help it that he sits on that program. He could go somewhere else,
He
but
he
you don't
can
want to.
do it. He can do a solo dolo.
You can't.
He don't need them crackers.
You don't need them credits, but fucking Dr. Richey is the tightest one over there. So that's all I gotta say.
He needs to separate himself from them.
You sure do, but he ain't gonna listen to us on it, man. He's probably making all kind of bread over there.
So moving on, we got the dump as in human shit, and we want to make that perfectly clear.
Right.
Is that the U.S. will cease to exist if
Mm-hmm.
not reelected.
Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm.
Mm. And then we got Boston Democrat calls on residents to house illegal migrants
Mm-hmm.
amidst overwhelming influx.
Mm.
Then we got Tim Scott, Uncle Tim Scott,
Okay. His
new
ass
initiative,
scratching again. Okay.
launches new initiative to engage black voters. So they can Tim Scott around. That's gonna somehow gravitate more black voters to vote for the Republicans. Not happening.
Mm-hmm.
Then we got Instagram or Insta Scam
Mm-hmm.
implements restrictions on political content recommendations. So you can't
Mm.
even send a candidate. Then you got illegal Venezuelan squatters arrested in New York, previously
Mm-hmm.
apprehended at the southern border.
Mm-hmm.
Great news. Then we got
Okay.
rally reparations, Juneteenth celebration 2024. Then, if we have time, this stupid ass New Good Times Netflix flick trailer will make you want to throw your phone.
Okay. Mm, 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 mm.
So
Mm,
those are
mm,
the
mm.
topics for tonight.
Mm, 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 mm.
So we're gonna hop right into it.
Yes,
Make sure
sir.
you subscribe to Frontline Black News.
Yes,
So the
sir.
first topic is Vladimir Putin
Mm-hmm.
has come out full throttle with it
Mm-hmm.
that Jesus is black. Well, when we
Okay.
talk,
Well,
y'all
it's
crazy.
states in the
Y'all,
Bible
y'all
he
think
had the
it
hair of
don't
lamb
matter
wool.
who Jesus is. Jesus loves us all. Okay, if it
Yeah.
don't matter, then why did y'all go out of y'all way to systematically paint him as a pale-skinned European?
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. You see, to divert from our greatness and to get us to believe in these narratives that white is right. You see what I'm saying? And what have you.
Yeah,
And then the cold part is they don't never want black people to be recognized for any contributions to this world. The only thing they want us to be is slaves mentally, physically, spiritually. Okay. They don't love us. And I've been arguing back and forth with motherfuckers in certain groups today. You know what I'm saying? That proved my point. You see? Hmm. I really did.
yeah.
And then this one dude is gonna tell me that I'm so full of hate and that he got a black wife and all this shit. And I says, well, you the typical slave trader. You got you a ghetto gagging bed wench. Period.
What, Shabaka? What do
Damn,
you say, Shabaka?
Shabaka.
What do you
Yeah,
say?
and I hate to have to say that, but it is what it is. Okay, it's because
What do you
we would
say?
be
What
out
do you
of our
say, Shabaka?
goddamn minds to sit up here and try to organize and cohabitate and coexist with our oppressor. It don't add up. To quote
Right. So
Malcolm X,
he
that's
basically
not
had a
intelligent.
he basically had a Bill Maher moment.
Yeah,
Wow.
and the reason why I'm going in on these Caucasoids is because of that son of a bitch who's going to get up there and say, if they pay niggas reparations, it's like a dude paying child support for a child to a woman he did not fuck. Okay.
Ooh,
Now, that's an extremely offensive term for him to
ooh.
say.
He said the N
And
word
I would
too.
love to get that bastard on our podcast and people who have asinine philosophy like that, you're welcome to call in Shabaka's Black Experience at 516-418-5996. Okay. And we're going to be on in the next couple of days. Call in what you hate. You know what I'm saying?
Can
And you
you hear?
what? Huh?
Can you
Can
hear
you
me,
hear
Shabaka?
Lady say she's in the back?
Yeah, yeah.
He said the
She,
N word too.
yeah, she's got the headphones on. I see
Yeah,
her.
he said the N word too.
Yeah, I believe so. Yes. Uh huh.
Oh God. So he was just wilding like that, huh?
Oh yeah, but you see, but that there's a grave, grave insult on reparations because we
Because
as a
they're
people,
racist.
and I would debate with any of the scholars, the intellectuals, about why reparations is due. And the
Shit,
first thing I'm gonna tell
after
them,
this topic,
and,
they gonna
and
be coming up with everything. They gotta give up everything. They
Mm-hmm.
okay,
they
and the first thing that I'm gonna tell them is that we don't give a fuck about you other groups because our people are in a state of emergency, okay, and we cannot worry about these other groups.
Did
Period.
I? No, they were already pre-selected.
You're a liar, Jizzy. I'm
No,
watching you do it now.
no.
Okay. Yeah, all right, so I'm gonna like, I think we should do a show like that because these motherfucking caucasoids got it all twisted. And
Oh,
especially after
Lady J, ma'am, it's
that,
beyond twisted. They got
sir,
it downright fucked up,
Right.
majorly fucked. They
which is
got mad
beyond
fucked up.
twisted.
Fucked up. I was like,
Yeah.
ugh, like Wait till after this clip is over. And then I'm gonna give my fucking. I was so. Oh my god, I was laughing. I hadn't stopped laughing since I seen it, and then because it's so funny to me. Like the fact is all the whole time. Every time we say Black Jesus now, right? Right now, it's gonna be funny to me, even though it's been a fucking fact. It's been a known fact for fucking forever, right? But every time now,
Well, it states in the Bible he had the burnt skin of grass, his hair was that of lamb's wool, and his eyes was red as a flame.
Right. That motherfucker, I was climbing all day. I was like, was he swarthy?
Yeah. He was swarthy.
He was swarthy. Does his hair like a wool? Like, and I was like, he was just tan. Come on, man. Come on. Stop it. Right? And
they're telling on themselves.
And they've been lying since even before slavery. But that's how they got the
hold on. No. Let me tell you what the U.S. is going to do.
Pay up. Just pay up.
No, let me tell you what the U.S. is going to do. Okay? And I'll take my last.
I forgot the hands off Haiti. God damn it. We'll get to that next.
Okay, you probably need to send a link to Dr. Bay if you could.
Yeah, where's Dr. Bay? We need to have Ron for the Haiti discussions.
Yeah, you need to, because based on my conversations with Dr. Bay, is that she is a descendant from Haiti. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna have her and Sister B on the RVA.
Yeah, that'd be dope.
For the Haiti Chronicles. I want to talk about the Haiti Chronicles, right? Yeah. That's what I'm calling it now. But I haven't had the internet on, so I can't create it. But I want to talk about the Haitian Chronicles, right? And like it's kind of funny because everybody's so scared of Haitians that they ain't left nowhere, but they're so convinced they're leaving. They ain't left nowhere, and Haiti don't flee. Take note. There's Haitians don't flee like that.
Okay, and then also too, Brother Paris, I've been reading some material, a book by Kareem Abdul-Jabbar that I started reading today.
Yeah.
And he was presenting evidence about the Olmecs were in fact black and that we did circumnavigate the globe, right? And then, okay. And then
on Black Magic 363, he broke all that shit down.
Okay, but the thing is though that we are still from Africa. It's just that we had circumnavigated the globe centuries before that drunken bastard with his funky stinking ass by the name of Christopher Columbus did.
That's right, Shabaka. Tell them. They think they fucking cultivated everything. Let them tell it. They brought us everything. They've been giving us and saving us from ourselves. If they didn't snatch us off the continents and move us all around and try to do us favors, right? Let them tell it.
No, what it is, Lady Che.
Them savages.
Them motherfuckers are the white saviors. They had to come rescue us.
We had to civilize them pale ass savages.
Well, see, the thing is that we taught the Europeans how to wash this nasty, stinking, funky ass.
Right.
We got them through the Black Plague. We got them through the motherfucking Inquisition.
Yep.
Brought them through the Dark Ages.
Right.
We built the superpower nation. That's the things we get.
Shame on them. Shame on them.
But they stole from us.
Yeah, but hold on. But we're supposed to be out there like Uncle Tim Scott with his slimy, buckwheat looking ass. Oh, man, I just love you.
Oh, yeah. Just like you pat me on the head so I can just suck and jive. Man, fuck that. Fuck you, pay me. That should be the hashtag. Fuck you, pay me.
Oh, you saw Goodfellas, huh?
Yeah, so Lisa's going to give us an update. And then we're going to go on to
one was the first topic.
That is the topic.
What about Black Jesus?
That is the topic.
This is not the one you showed us.
Oh.
That's the one you need to talk. That's the one you need to do, Jesse. Do the one you showed me in the label. Stop playing around, cuz.
Did Russia just reveal evidence that Jesus was black? When you think of Jesus, what kind of picture do you paint in your head? Is it a white man, blonde hair and blue eyes? Well, for me, Jesus is a black man. But now the truth is finally coming out. So Russia opened up its vaults and revealed pictures that have the whole world, or at least the Western world, talking. These pictures portray biblical figures that they always pictured as white people differently. That's right. According to these new pictures, a lot of biblical figures you've come to know over the years had dark skin, which means they were likely black people and not white. And no, this isn't just mere speculation. What Russia has revealed seems to be authentic pictures. However, this brings up so many questions. Did they just decide to ignore these facts when they started to create modern-day portraits of Jesus? Was this done on purpose, or was it simply overlooked? Jesus is one of the most well-known figures throughout the history of our world. He said he was born to a woman named Mary, the Son of God, who came to earth and began his own ministry by the age of 30. Throughout his years on this planet, Jesus performed miracles. When church leaders and other people in power started to feel threatened by what Jesus was capable of, they decided to crucify him. However, just 3 days later, Jesus rose from the dead. This is the story that has been told of Jesus Christ. However, when you take a look at the Western world, there's one very common similarity you'll see whenever someone tries to visualize Jesus. Even on official websites such as the Church of Jesus Christ, you'll see this biblical figure depicted as a white man in every single picture that represents him. This isn't the way that Jesus is depicted to everyone. And with Russia opening up its vaults to reveal pictures of dark-skinned biblical figures, it might be time to rethink how we picture what the Bible tells us. Just last year, Putin announced that a religious icon that was kept secure in a Russian museum will be moved to a church in Moscow. Even though it was said that the painting would remain the property of the state, Putin believed that believers would appreciate it more when seen in a church. Thus, the Russian Orthodox Church received the painting and became responsible for its restoration.
As the Ukraine-Russia war drags on, Russian President Vladimir Putin has decided to move one of Russia's holiest icons from a museum to a Moscow cathedral.
This painting was called the Trinity Icon. It featured drawings that represent the three angels said to have visited Abraham. However, that was just the first of many clues, or rather pieces of evidence, Russia made public to help spread awareness of what seems to be the truth behind famous biblical figures. Now, to thicken the plot, Russia decided to reveal it all. This time, Russia revealed an entire vault of pictures that they have been holding on to for years. One thing that we have to note is the fact that Jesus isn't portrayed the same way in every area of the world or culture.
And to Romans back then, the stories of Jesus healing people and raising people from the dead were understandably seen as being stories about magic.
However, in the Western world, he's become known as a European white man with long blonde hair and, of course, blue eyes. If you take a look at churches in countries that aren't really part of the Western world, well, then things are different. There are pictures of Jesus that portray him in different cultures, from Chinese to a man from the Middle East. And then, of course, there are churches that have portraits of a black Jesus. The new evidence from Russia further supports the fact that Jesus wasn't the man we've been told. He was likely not a European man with white skin, but rather a black man. Russia didn't just reveal Jesus was likely black, but also many other biblical figures that have been portrayed as white for centuries. The truth is that revealing all of these pictures has now sparked so many questions. These questions have been on our minds perhaps, but haven't been asked, and curiosity has been sparked. One of the biggest questions that comes to mind when we look at everything is why we've been told that Jesus was a white man. Many people think that they derive this conclusion from the Bible, but that's not true. To explain this, we'll have to take a look at the Bible. Specifically, you'll want to turn your attention to the first 4 books that come with the New Testament in the Bible. These are the main areas where you'll see mentions of Jesus and the work he did throughout his life. However, no matter how far you dig into these 4 books, you're not going to find many details about the appearance of Jesus. For many scholars, Revelation chapter 1, verses 14-15 offers a clue that Jesus' skin was a darker hue and that his hair was woolly in texture. The hair of his head, it says, were white as white wool, white as snow. His eyes were like a flame of fire. His feet were like burnished bronze, refined as in a furnace. So what exactly does the Bible teach us about Jesus? Well, according to the Bible, Jesus was Jewish. He was born in Bethlehem and then raised in Nazareth. This area is situated in what we call Israel today. In Luke chapter 3, verse 23, we get some details about how old Jesus was when he started his ministry. The verse reads, "When he began his ministry, Jesus himself was about 30 years of age, being, as was supposed, the son of Joseph, the son of Eli." However, you won't find anything related to what race or culture Jesus was, apart from the fact that he was born a Jewish man. Then, when soldiers were ordered to arrest Jesus before his crucifixion, the soldiers didn't know who Jesus was. Judah, who betrayed Jesus Christ, as the Bible tells us, had to point Jesus out in the crowd. This means Jesus looked very similar to others who lived in the same city. During the first century, there wasn't something like a camera that someone could use to take a picture of Jesus. That would have made this entire debate so much easier to solve. You'd be able to look at a photograph of Jesus and easily tell if he was black or white. However, we can turn to paintings that have been kept safe over the years to learn more about Jesus and other biblical figures that we read about in the Bible. We've talked about the Trinity painting, which showed 3 angels with dark skin. However, there are many others that have also now been shared. Many of these paintings show people who have been portrayed as white by Western cultures as figures with dark skin. At this point, there's something really important that I want to mention. These paintings have been preserved for many years. However, they were drawn at one point by people who portrayed Jesus and other biblical figures as being dark-skinned. This means at the time of painting, the artists were aware of the true origins of Jesus Christ. They portrayed biblical characters according to how things were in the world. However, over time, things have changed, and whites started to rule, which ultimately led to widespread racism across the world. Europeans had a big role to play in this entire process, which also explains a lot when we take a closer look at modern-day portraits of Mary, Jesus, Joseph, and even angels. The common thing we see is the fact that the portraits all portray these people as white. They look like the typical European.
We see that racial apartheid can be sustained using the white supremacist logic that flows from white Jesus.
Something that you shouldn't overlook here is the fact that Europeans started to colonize other countries. When they discovered black people in Africa, these Europeans viewed themselves as superior. They started to take these black people all over the world, enslaved. If the Europeans started an era where white people saw themselves as a superior race to blacks, then it explains a lot, actually. And when we look at things this way, it could mean that Europeans decided to rewrite history. They targeted religion and decided to wipe out what was known of these biblical figures, particularly when considering their appearance. Then Europeans started to create paintings that will become the modern Western culture portrayal of Jesus Christ. By spreading these new visions of biblical figures as white people, Europeans were able to continue their pursuit of portraying the whites as the superior race. This brings up another important point. We have to travel back in time for this one. Remember that Europeans only enter what we now know as the Age of Discovery in the 15th century. However, the story of Jesus starts in the 1st century. In a period of 14 centuries, a lot can change in the world. We need to go even further back to the 2nd millennium BC. According to the Old Testament, which is also known as the Hebrew Bible, the Hebrews originated in this time. Isaac, Jacob, and Abraham, the patriarchs of Israel, are said to have been the forefathers of what became the Hebrews. These people inhabited Canaan, but today we know this place as Palestine. The Bible tells us that Abraham, as instructed by God, headed to a new land. He was responsible for creating a new nation, and that nation is what we know as Israel today. Here's an interesting fact. The Hebrews later became the Jewish people. They were also called Israelites, particularly due to the area they inhabited during these times. Let's take a look at a phrase from the Bible. In Mishnah Nejaim 2:1, it reads, "The children of Israel are like boxwood, neither black nor white, but of an intermediate shade." This already gives us an idea that the Israelites from the time were definitely not white.
Right.
Over the years, it also seems like races mixed.
Right.
The thing that you have to remember at this point is the fact that Jesus was born in Israel. He was born to a Jewish woman, also from Israel. So this phrase from the Hebrew Bible already gives us evidence that Jesus was in fact not white.
Right.
It's not a conspiracy that we're talking about here. These words come from the Old Testament. However, This proves Jesus and Mary, along with many other biblical figures we've been introduced to as white, were not of this race. It does not prove that these people were black, but we're getting somewhere. Now let's turn our attention to a paper that was written by Rudolph Windsor and published in 1935. It is currently available in the Smithsonian libraries and focuses on the fact that the original Jews were likely black. According to Windsor, Abraham, also called Abram, in some scriptures was actually of black Shemite origin. He became known as the father of both Arab and the Hebrew Israelite nations at the time. The Bible can back us up on this. Remember where we talked about the fact that the Bible referred to some of these people as having boxwood color skin? Well, if you head over to Genesis chapter 42, verse 7, there's quite an interesting passage.
And Joseph saw his brethren, and he knew them, but made himself strange unto them, and spake roughly unto them. And he said unto them, Whence come ye? And they said, From the land of Canaan, to buy food.
Of course, different versions of the Bible exist today, and the words aren't exactly the same in each. However, the meaning behind them and what they describe remains equal. Then, Genesis chapter 42, verse 8 reads,
And Joseph knew his brethren, but they knew not him.
This is where things get interesting. You see, Joseph was not originally from Egypt. Joseph's brothers placed him in a hole and then decided to sell him to the Midianites. He ended up in Egypt and climbed his way to the second in command under Egypt's Pharaoh. After all those years, he finally saw his brothers for the first time. He was able to recognize them, but they didn't know who he was. Now, for a moment, imagine if Joseph was light-skinned, or as the white Europeans have made us believe since the 15th century, he would have stood out. It's no secret that the people from ancient Egypt during the times when pharaohs ruled were dark-skinned. If you head over to a museum in Egypt, you'll quickly be able to recognize this fact. So for his brothers to not recognize him, it would mean that he must have blended in with the other Egyptians. And this brings us to the conclusion that Joseph was actually dark-skinned like those around him. There have been several cases where people, including TV shows, have explored the possibility that Joseph was in fact a black man. Of course, Joseph wasn't Jesus, but he still played an important role in the Bible. And if you look at the art from modern times that paint a picture of Joseph, he's portrayed as a white man. Yet when you dig deeper into what the Bible says and consider historical facts as well, then it becomes easier to see the truth. Jesus came years after Joseph, so it's possible that races mixed in the Israel area between these years. However, once again, these are only a few passages of the Bible that reveal things that we can link to each other. So while the Bible doesn't actually say anything about the true identity of Jesus in terms of appearance, what we do know is that his ancestors were Jewish, previously known as Hebrews. We also know from looking at passages from the Bible itself that these people were definitely not white. We've been brainwashed since birth, but it's time for us to take our power back and realize who we truly are. If you're ready to educate yourself and learn the information they never taught you in school, click the link in our bio to grab our new bundle called Unlock Minds. It includes multiple ebooks breaking down our real history, opens your mind to your true potential, and gives you the blueprint to Black power and wealth. Click the link in the description to grab yours now for 80% off before it's too late. Thank you for the support. With the evidence we have in our hands, it's become easier to draw conclusions. And if we put everything together, then it's true. There's a big chance that the biblical figures that the Europeans have been describing as white were actually black people in reality. This brings up another important question. Where did the idea of a white Jesus come from? Sure, we can say that the Europeans spread paintings and other works that portrayed these biblical figures as white people in Europe, but what about the rest of the world? Before we dig into that, we have to look at Christianity in the early ages. What many people think is that the Europeans brought Christianity to Africa. However, this is actually not true. It's rather that these Europeans brought their views of Christianity, portrayed by their own cultures, into Africa. According to Andrew Butterworth, a leader at the God First Church East Rand in South Africa, Christianity existed in Africa long before the Europeans came to this area. He explains that the Europeans did not bring Christianity to Africa. When the Europeans arrived in Africa, there were already churches and church fathers. Since Northern Africa formed part of the Roman Empire at the time, many people in the modern day think that these church fathers were white. However, that's also not true, as they were actually from various native cultures and races that were present in Africa long before. During these early times, there was one man who really stood out, known as Augustine of Hippo. Yet once again, if we take a closer look at art that portrays him, you guessed it, they're all of a white man. Augustine was responsible for creating more than 500 sermons. He wrote 113 books in his time, and a total of 218 letters were also linked to this man. There are two specific books that Augustine wrote that had a big role to play in shaping the way of theological thinking. There's controversy surrounding Augustine, especially when it comes to his origins. Many believe that this man was born to a Christian woman and a pagan man. It is also thought that Augustine was born into an upper-class family in North Africa during the Roman Empire. These beliefs have created what many people think is a white man who laid the foundations for early Christianity and theological thinking. However, once again, this is likely an image that was later painted by Europeans once they started to colonize the African country. The truth is, Augustine was actually from the Berbers people. This was a native, or as some call it, an indigenous group in Africa. That means that Augustine was not a white man, but was black instead. According to experts, Christianity actually came from areas like Israel and then spread down south toward Africa. So now we know that, once again, indigenous people who became well known in the Christian community throughout Africa were later on portrayed as white people by the Europeans. We can now also dig deeper into the question we asked earlier, how the widespread portrayal of a white Jesus became so common in Western cultures. For this, we have to go back to AD 1350. From this time up until AD 1600, a lot of changes happened to the portrayal of Jesus. Now, something to keep in mind here is the fact that by portraying Jesus in a specific way, it would also portray other biblical figures from the time, such as Jesus' mother, Mary. As Christianity and the word of Jesus Christ spread throughout the world, cultures adopted it in their own ways. This also meant that many cultures portrayed Jesus as one of their own in early artwork. This is actually something that you'll see in many cultures today. However, being part of a Western culture, or the Western world as many call it, you won't really see this in the United States or even on the African continent. Now, let's take a journey through these times. And this starts with Leonardo da Vinci, who lived between 1452 and 1519. Leonardo became a very popular artist, and even today, many people continue to try to recreate some of his work. Leonardo became an inspiration for artists. He was the artist behind The Last Supper, a portrait that portrayed the Last Supper that Jesus had with his disciples before he was betrayed by one of his own. It took Leonardo 3 years to complete the painting, from 1495 up until 1498. The original painting still exists today and is preserved in the refectory of Santa Maria dei Grassi, Milano. Even today, Europeans and white people are finding ways to monetize these works of art, never questioning how some of these biblical characters were portrayed. Leonardo was an Italian from Europe, and as you might have guessed already, Jesus and the disciples who had this Last Supper with him were all portrayed as white people in Leonardo's painting. Here are more examples that we can look at. For example, in the Sistine Chapel, you can observe Michelangelo's The Last Judgment work of art. He was similar to Leonardo da Vinci, an Italian. Michelangelo was both a painter and a sculptor, and as we've learned when looking at Europeans, he portrayed Jesus and other biblical figures in his art as white people. As you can see, every single person portrayed in The Last Judgment has white skin. There are no blacks or dark-skinned people. And one thing to understand is that it shows a picture of the end times, the time when, according to the Bible, Jesus will return to earth and judge both those alive and those who have passed away. We can look at this as evidence of how the Europeans lived and what they believed during those times. If you take a closer look at this very specific image, you can clearly see that they believe only whites would be judged the day when Jesus came back to earth. Even though there are a couple of figures that seem to be painted a bit darker than the rest, these are hidden away really well, and none of them have any significance to play in the bigger picture. It's also where white supremacy comes into the picture. Christianity has spread to all corners of the world at that time, and by showing Western cultures that Jesus was white, they were able to use this fact to their advantage. Europeans began to colonize other parts of the world, and by bringing these images to Africa, they convinced the indigenous people that the Jesus and God that they had been worshiping were in fact white. Things are starting to turn around though. We're living in a world where racism might still be an issue, following the white supremacy issue that Europeans created when they decided to enslave black people. However, it is starting to fade, and people are beginning to wake up. With black people retaking their power and establishing themselves as a part of society, the truth can finally surface. And with what we already have, we don't really need to go digging for evidence anymore. There was clearly deception behind how Europeans portrayed biblical characters. And if we go look back throughout history, it's not easy to connect the dots.
Yeah, because
And this all shows that these biblical characters were definitely not white people. Of course, this isn't new for a lot of us, but for some brainwashed by the system, it may be. Do you think Jesus and so many of the other biblical figures were black? What do you think about this vault of evidence that Russia just opened up? Let me know in the comments, and remember to like and subscribe to get notified when I post new documentaries.
Like and subscribe to Frontline Black News.
That's right, sir.
See you next time, fam.
So I'm sorry, that's the wrong video. I was supposed to play a different video, but that was very educational. What are your thoughts on that, Shabaka? What I just played?
Okay, as I stated before, over the course of my lifetime, I've spoken to many folks with theology, with theological knowledge, and it clearly states his skin was the color of burnt brass, his hair was that of lamb's wool, and his voice was that of many waterfalls. And I say to you, and I say to the world right here, that they were describing a black man, okay? Now, as we know, down throughout people's history, from the continent in the diaspora, we are a spiritual people by nature. Why do you think all these other groups want to copy our music? Music is spiritual. You see what I'm saying?
They want to be closer to God.
Huh?
They want to be closer to God.
Yeah, exactly. You see what I'm saying? And so then, you got all these Beckys and Billies out here want to sit up here and mate with black folk. Okay.
And doing us as the plantations.
Yeah, that's the plantation system. All right. But then what's happening is that I've discovered is that when you bring up such attention, people be vehemently against us. I mean, it ain't like you and I, Brother Jay, where you and I have our disagreements when it comes to the NFL. Okay, that crew you got in the barn over there, man, with them old
gas power over there.
You see what I'm saying? But these white folk, they get venomous in it. You know what I'm saying? And then they sit there, they get to turning red, you know what I'm saying, and whatnot. And then they try to come up there and say, talking about that we all the same and all that old shit. And each one of these individuals, who come up on my wall talking shit, saying, well, you're a black racist, Shabaka, you arrogant black son of a bitch. Right. Goddamn nigger. Right. But truth is truth. You know what I'm saying? And well, we're all the same. Twin Pyramid says people is not crazy. You see, and then too, and as you know, Brother Che, where I'm at, just like Twin Pyramid knows and Jay Militant out here in Las Vegas, I have not had that one Caucasian take me up on my challenge. Bring your ass out here on the first day of summer, and let's go sit out there in the sun together. But you got to leave your sunscreen at home. Now, what we will need is some notes from you, to get you medical attention if you take us up on this. And we're not going to leave you out there to die, although you would do it to us, but we're not that barbaric. Do you see what I mean? Only thing we're doing is proving a point. And the reason why we've had no one to accept this challenge is because they know the truth. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm.
Right. So I had another clip I was gonna play, Shabaki.
Okay.
This is the one that Lady Che had wanted me to play initially.
Okay, what's this clip?
In the queue, but it's a different one.
Okay.
This one is people, but it's a different one.
Okay.
This one is is Putin admitting that he worships Black Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
Repeat after me. On behalf of myself and on behalf of my country, to you and all African Americans, from the beginning of our nation's history. In honor of your ancestors and on behalf of your children, please hear this from my heart. I apologize.
Then cut the goddamn check, $750 fucking dollars in trillions. Fuck your motherfucking apology. Cut the goddamn check.
From slavery to lynchings to white supremacist laws.
And your murderous police. Then go cut the goddamn check.
Right.
And another thing, and fix them brainwash ass Yassa bosses like Tim Scott and Eric Adams and all them brain dead motherfuckers.
Yeah.
Other than that, you're talking loud and saying nothing. You know, but I don't think we'll see reparations.
Ever since the opening of one of the oldest vaults in history, the world has since then spiraled into a buzzing sphere of resounding shock. The old blinkers on the eyes of plenty of people around the globe have fallen off their eyes in a flash, and they can now see the structure of lies which they have been made to hold on to with their lives and their belief system for so long, without any doubts or consternation whatsoever. But the news is not yet over. There is yet more shocker in the way. You're advised to brace yourself for what you're about to hear.
Stop what you're doing, download this video, and share it on every social media site you can find, because this shit just got crazy. Vladimir Putin just told his entire nation that they now serve Black Jesus.
Ladies and gentlemen, people of Russia, today we stand on the precipice of a monumental revelation. A moment that redefines not only our understanding of history, but also the path forward for our great nation. In an extraordinary discovery hidden beneath centuries of lore and legend, we have opened what can only be described as the oldest vault known to mankind. What we found within its ancient confines challenges the very fabric of our beliefs and heralds a new dawn for our country. These figures, preserved against the sands of time, reveal a truth that is as profound as it is transformative. As your president, I see this moment not as a challenge to our beliefs, but as an opportunity to embrace a wider, more inclusive understanding of our history and spirituality. From this day forward, let us proclaim our nation under the guidance of Black Jesus.
Everybody, I was in the restroom with Jesse playing this. I can hear it the first time. That's why I got mad right now, because he was playing the wrong good. But I was like, I was laughing. I wouldn't stop laughing. I haven't stopped laughing since this whole fucking clip right here is amusing as fuck. The whole clip. I laughed the whole time we watched it. Look at all these artifacts.
So many talks, turbulent reactions, outragings, and all kinds of activities in relation to the recent unveiling of Black biblical icons to the world by the president of the Russian Federation, Vladimir Putin, hasn't died down just yet. As a matter of fact, the commotion continues steadily on the rise.
You remember that yesterday I gave you a video about one Dr. Kihuran Kuba, who is a Ugandan scholar specializing in classical African history. He spoke and said that one thing that the white person did when they colonized Africa is that they also colonized information. And that really shows that much of the information that you were fed was whitewashed and made to align with the desires that the white person had at that time.
Including Jesus. So a lot of these biblical paintings and images were destroyed during the Renaissance time. There were museums that were able to preserve these images. One of them was in Russia. So Putin recently decided that he was going to open the vault and expose all of the images. A lot of people are surprised that the images are of darker complexion people. Well, archaeologists and painters from all around the world have come together to confirm that the paint on these biblical images or paintings is the original paint, and it is not lighter paint that has oxidized over time. And a lot of people are in question of this because of the images that have been and are currently being depicted of biblical figures, which does not align with the ancient images.
Just the thought alone that a white man opened up the vault and let everyone see this, but people are still mad. Why would you be mad? You should be happy. Remember, this is chess, not checkers. Putin did this because 2024, the Black Anunnaki is about to return and their time is up. So they was thinking, hey, if we could get some Black people on our side, maybe the Anunnaki.
You can really see that Russia has been holding a lot of important information for the world. And I guess this is why some of the Western nations do not find any common ground that they can share with Russia, because Russia is out to liberate the world. It is out there to share true information, because true liberation can only come when we have true and factual information.
News of the unveiling has been a great shocker to the entire globe, as the display of these Black biblical icons in their unrivaled authenticity did not only challenge long-held mistruths and wrong beliefs which has been adopted for centuries now, but it did shake down the very firmly forged roots of religious falsehoods, which obviously has been conspiratorially championed for as long as any one of us can remember today. It's only been days now, the 23rd of this month of March, 2024, since the Russian President Vladimir Putin addressed the nation in Moscow. In a resounding video, the passionate president has been shown sitting at a table and opening a triptych. Here, a narrator had said,
"Today, Vladimir Putin reveals to the world a secret that Europeans have been hiding from Africans for more than a millennium. That the person of the name, Jesus, was black."
As some of us should already have known, when the European Renaissance happened, all the global images were seized and whitewashed by Michelangelo and Leonardo da Vinci.
It's always about the highest order of heroism, the highest order of sacrifice, the highest order of saintliness.
These are the pieces that for centuries were anchors for spirituality in Russia. Icons installed magnificently in churches, privately in homes, and even quietly on soldiers' lapels. They are considered a pathway to prayer.
You'd approach the icon and you would see something that is expected to be seen. You don't want to be surprised. And that familiarity leads you to a contemplative prayer state that is very spiritual to the believer.
Icons dating back to the 14th century brought together from private collections across Russia.
It's very beautiful. It gives you goose pimples. It's a remarkable exhibition.
It's an exhibition which feeds the senses. Everything is so gray outside at the moment. And here suddenly it's a feast for the eyes.
And it's a feast that marks 100 years since religious icons started to be recognized as works of art. Before then, they were mainly viewed as religious objects, often left blackened over the centuries by the passage of time and added layers of paint.
When we learned how to remove the dark layers, we discovered underneath an overwhelming...
And just hold on a second, did you hear that? Let us hear that part again.
When we learned how to remove the dark layers, we discovered underneath an overwhelming...
Did you hear that? Now let us take it a little slower this time to be sure.
When we learned how to remove the dark layers, we discovered underneath an overwhelming...
That's the part. The images were whitewashed. And then the other old images were hidden in vaults all over Europe and Russia, and they all agreed to keep the old images a secret amongst them. But that secret is what is being gradually exposed this day by Putin, of which there are those who thinks of the act as a form of warfare, seeing as the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, is on the verge of nuking his country, and so he's had to reveal that the Christ and Mary were black people, and he has all the images, about 1,700 pictures to prove. There's been all kinds of speculation which continues to mount since the offshoot of this incident. But the basis of what stands now for Vladimir Putin and the Russian Federation is this: from now on, like he has announced a few days ago, Russia only worships Black Jesus. Let's listen attentively to the speech.
Ladies and gentlemen, people of Russia, today, we stand on the precipice of a monumental revelation, a moment that redefines not only our understanding of history, but also the path forward for our great nation. In an extraordinary discovery hidden beneath centuries of lore and legend.
I can't believe this.
Opened what can only be described as the oldest vault known to mankind.
Oh yeah.
What we found within its ancient confines challenges the very fabric of our beliefs and heralds a new dawn for our country. Within this vault, we discovered figures of biblical proportions, characters that many have read about, debated, and revered. These figures, preserved against the sands of time, reveal a truth that is as profound as it is transformative. They are all black. This revelation, this undeniable truth stands before us not as a contradiction to our faith, but as a testament to the diversity and unity that faith embodies. As your president, I see this moment not as a challenge to our beliefs, but as an opportunity to embrace a wider, more inclusive understanding of our history and spirituality. Russia, in its rich tapestry of cultures, traditions, and peoples, is uniquely positioned in this new era of understanding and acceptance. From this day forward, let us proclaim our nation under the guidance of Blacc Jesus, a figure who represents not just the cornerstone of Christian faith, but also a symbol of the universal values of love, compassion, and brother. This Blacc Jesus, whose likeness and history have been unveiled from the oldest vault, is a message to us all that divinity knows no color, that spiritual truth transcends race, that our common humanity binds us more tightly than our differences divide us. Let this discovery remind us that history is not just the story of those who wield power, but also of those whose contributions have been overlooked or forgotten. It challenges us to re-examine what we know, to question our assumptions, and to open our hearts to the broader possibilities of understanding and faith. As we embark on this journey of discovery and understanding, let us do so with open minds and compassionate hearts. Let us build a nation that truly reflects the teachings of Blacc Jesus, a nation that stands for justice, equality, and love for all, regardless of race or creed.
Dmitry Peskov, press secretary of the President of Russian Federation, highlighted the special significance of icons in Russian military history and added that the image of Savior not made by hand has been the protective icon of Russian troops over several centuries. Guess you would want to know what the Savior not made by hand is all about. The Savior not made by hand icon is a canonical depiction of the face of Jesus Christ, which, according to legend, was miraculously imprinted on a cloth he used to wipe his face. This image was depicted on the banners of the Russian army, as well as placed over the gates of fortresses. Soldiers have always considered it their patron, while civilians viewed it as their protector and savior. This is just nothing short of amazingly revealing. To understand in this light that President Putin and the Russian Federation have always firmly acknowledged the undeniable significance and miracle of the life and death of the one called Jesus, a false name by the way, as he was Hebrew and Jesus is no Hebrew name, and had clung to it all along for sovereignty and safety. Whereas the blacks who have been enslaved, discriminated, tossed about back and forth in the earth all their lives, have been entrapped mostly in the ignorance of their own foundation and story. The Savior not made by hand icon, which in the past belonged to Defense Minister of the Russian Empire, Pyotr Vanovsky, and whose replicas Russian President Vladimir Putin presented to the military in the Special Operations Zone, was purchased from a private collection in the US. Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov had told TASS, one of the most cited Russian news agencies, on a Tuesday, 18th April 2023. Interestingly, this very well leads us to the somewhat unpopular story of how the Savior not by hand icon may have been purchased from this private collection in the USA. This was the month of August 2011. And a priceless painting of supposedly the true face of Jesus that had been missing for 150 years was recovered after a thief stole it from a trailer and tried to sell it to a church. The painting, which had turned up in Madisonville, Tennessee, is based on the veil of Veronica, the said cloth believed to have been used to wipe the heavy sweats off Jesus.
That was weak right here. I said they found it. What did it say? Just they found it. I said that they found it under a cleanse.
The Klan's robe.
Klan's robe and some old crackers trailer.
Redneck cracker that said, I always knew Jesus was black.
Wait. No, this motherfucker, though, you know, he got his face covered. I was like, you know, that motherfucker was the Klan. You can hear it in his voice.
Yeah.
And it's like, and to know this art, this Negro artifact was worth money in my closet.
Yeah. That's what he said.
Yeah. That's good times.
Jesus' face on that historic day when he painfully trekked to his crucifixion.
Welcome back. A minor theft might have turned into a major religious discovery. A missing artifact was found in the closet of a Tennessee motorhome. Volunteer TV's John Trainer talked with the owner of a rare painting who didn't know what he had. John?
Yeah, and it makes you wonder what you might have in your house. In this case, it was an authentic 19th century painting of the Veil of Veronica. It's like a story ripped from a Hollywood screenplay. A small road in the mountains of Tennessee, a living room in a motorhome, and a 150-year-old painting blessed by Pope Leo XIII. This is the true face of Jesus Christ, one of a handful of paintings based on the cloth used to wipe Jesus' face before his crucifixion, known as the Veil of Veronica. Its owner, a 73-year-old man who didn't want to be identified.
The piece fell into the hands of hapless thief Kelly Gormley, who decided the best place to sell a religious artifact was to a church. It was owned by a 73-year-old man, known only as Frosty, who kept it in a cloth bag inside a cupboard in his motorhome. Frosty had told VolunteerTV.com, a major online media outlet, that he had lived in the house for 17 years, and the painting has been in there, in his bedroom, ever since. This, the elderly man had informed, feeling obviously quite stunned at the discovery.
I've lived here for about 17 years. It's been in our, either in there or in my bedroom. Ever since.
So how does a holy relic go from the holy city to Monroe County? Well, the man known as Frosty tells us he got it as a present and hung it on his wall 20 years ago, but 3 years later, he found a home in this cloth bank bag that was thrown in his closet, until police say it was stolen by Kelly Gormley, who tried to sell it to this Madisonville church.
The police say Gormley broke into the motorhome and stole the painting before trying to sell it off to St. Joseph the Worker Church in Madisonville, Tennessee. But the church, realizing the significance of the painting, alerted the police, who then arrested Gormley.
The church told the sheriffs made the arrest, and a piece of religious history was uncovered.
You know, at first, obviously, it was a big surprise for us that something like this might even, you know, be in East Tennessee. Normally, you'd expect to find something like this in a museum or maybe in Rome, in the Vatican.
The painting is now under lock and key in a secret location. Gormley is in prison for theft, and Frosty is overwhelmed that a treasure was laying hidden in his home.
You know, I know they really wanted it bad, but I said, nah, I don't think I'll be partnering with it.
Now, the church is now working with Rome to authenticate and appraise the painting. If it is real, it is invaluable to the church.
According to legend, a follower had in the past dabbed Jesus' face with the cloth as he bore his cross, imprinting his very likeness onto it. Astonishing, isn't it? Afterwards, the handful of paintings which were then based on this singular material are therefore thought to be actual likenesses of Jesus' face. But this was the real one. This one in particular was at some point blessed by Pope Leo XIII. But the story of the Savior not made by hand does not end here, nonetheless. This very story you have just now heard can only be termed as the mere child of the real history in question. The Veil of Veronica. And just hold on a second, amazing viewers. If you've gotten up to this point in this video, then it would mean that you've actually settled in and are having an interesting viewing already. Don't forget to kindly support our works if you haven't already by hitting that like button in front of you, sharing video with your friends and families to keep spreading our eye-opening Blacc narrative, and kindly subscribing to Stay Put for more interesting contents in the way. We are delighted to have you always with us. The Veil of Veronica is a Catholic relic which, according to legend, bears the true likeness of Jesus Christ. However, this story is not recorded in its present form until the Middle Ages. The most recent version of the legend recounts that Saint Veronica from Jerusalem encountered Jesus as he wearily walked down the Via Dolorosa bearing his cross on the way to Calvary. When she had paused to wipe the sweat off Jesus' face with her veil, his image was imprinted mysteriously on the cloth. The event is commemorated as the 6th Station of the Cross. According to some versions, Veronica later traveled to Rome to present the cloth to the Emperor Tiberius. It is believed, however, that the veil possesses miraculous properties, being able to quench thirst, cure blindness, and sometimes even raise the dead. It was not until the 14th century that the Veronica became a central icon in the Western Church. Now let's go back to the present. The icon, replicas of which the president gave to servicemen in the Kherson region and the Lugansk People's Republic, were previously purchased from a private collection in the US of A, the Kremlin official had said. He stressed that the replicas would stay in the Kherson region and the Lugansk People's Republic, LPR, while President Putin would hand the original over to the main cathedral of Russia's armed forces. In the past, this icon belonged to Pyotr Vanovsky, who served as Russia's defense minister from 1881 to 1898. Peskov highlighted the special significance of icons in Russian military history, and added that the image of Savior not made by hand has been the protective icon of Russian troops over several centuries. Going forward, the said ritualistic act of having these icons stationed at his nation's fortresses and war posts is what Russian President Putin had also done this time in his visit to the headquarters of the Dnieper Battle Group on the Kherson front and the headquarters of the National Guard East Battle Group in the Lugansk People's Republic, LPR, a self-proclaimed breakaway state in eastern Ukraine that is supported by Russia. During his visit, the head of state heard reports from military commanders on the situation on the Kherson, Zaporozhye and Lugansk fronts. This was the head of state's first visit to the Kherson region and the LPR. Previously, Putin had visited Russia's new regions as well for the same reason when he traveled to Mariupol in the Donetsk People's Republic. He has never failed in observing this ritual. However, it has become really curious. Amazingly curious, to be precise, seeing the vigorous effort President Putin is putting into the revolutionary assertion of his faith these recent times. This is nothing short of admirable. Regardless of the massive speculations and barrages of opinions, such actions have been steered from his critiques and opponents.
Well.
Oh, this bitch.
You know, there's a lot of Arabic people and Palestinian people, a lot of people over there with blue eyes and reddish brown hair. I don't know where they got it from over there in the Middle East. I'm sure it was some kind of
white folk
gene.
Right. That's right.
Just like being black and just like being white, it has to do with your genes, color of your eyes. I'm sure we could find out. But Putin and dusting off his black Jesus from the Kremlin attic, that is one heck of a... Why are we just finding out? Did I think Jesus was blonde and blue-eyed? I didn't really care.
Motherfucker,
Mr. Putin, you drew the race card. Now what you going to do with it? All these black people excited that you have a picture of a black Jesus. You're saying black. To me, sir, it just looks like a dark Jesus, because I don't know what kind of paint or colors or whatever they had over there. Anyway, Mr. Putin, you're sneaky. You're gonna nuke us, don't you? He's doing something to hurt the whole world before you nuke us all. Anyway, black people, I'm happy for you. Something ought to make you happy. I mean, come on now. Because y'all been really upset for years, huh? I hope this helps you, just like when I voted for Obama, because I was hoping he would be a great president for the blacks, so they could stop being racist against white people, because they think the white people invented slavery when actually it was the black. Anyway, I don't want to go there. But Mr. Putin, you drew out that race card, and I want to know why.
Finally out, but knowing Russians and Vladimir Putin, I can see that he's going to gain a political upper hand to celebrate it.
So when I was taking Russian in college, my professor was from a family who had been evicted from Russia because they were basically tied in with the Tsar at the time. And so they were living in the United States. And he told me about the politics that they shared. He made two interesting predictions to me back in the early 80s. The first prediction was that software engineers would be the new aristocracy in the country. The second prediction he made was that at some point, the United States would be more like Russia and Russia would be more like the United States. And that in this country, we would have a racial civil war. Now, with this announcement timed the way it is, while I think it's great, and I think it's cool what Putin is doing because, you know, hey, being inclusive is awesome. But it also makes me wonder if this guy knew something that none of us really know.
You assume he has no benefit of saying this. There's way more going on than you and I know.
Yeah.
I know that all of the religions and all of the governments of the world are one, but not a good unity. An evil unity like we saw with COVID, March of 2020. This coming from a guy who has been known to persecute, quote unquote, Christians in his country.
If you're pretty new to religion, you probably should keep your mouth shut on things that you don't know nothing about. Because what's ironic is how those individuals, the African descent, will sit there and say, we can't trust nothing that comes out of the white man's mouth, and yet Vladimir Putin, somebody they don't even know, a white man, comes out and says, oh, we have the secret that we've been hiding from everybody, that the Messiah is black. And they bought it real quick.
And while raging criticisms are going on in one end, on the other end, strangely, there are others who are conscientious, it seems, remorseful for the historic racial oppression and old monstrous lies established and upheld for so long.
As I speak, I'm going to ask the white Americans in the room to please repeat after me. On behalf of myself and on behalf of my country.
Goddamn check. Cut the goddamn check.
To you and all African Americans, from the beginning of our nation's history, in honor of your ancestors and on behalf of your children, please hear this from my heart. I apologize. Please forgive us. With this prayer, I acknowledge the depth of the evils that have been perpetrated against Black people.
Everything you motherfuckers are saying is bullshit.
From slavery to lynchings to white supremacist laws to the denial of voting rights, to all the ways, both large and small, all of them evil, all of them wrong, for all the oppression and all of the
telling you that it is right. This is bullshit.
Please forgive us.
Motherfuckers don't apologize and disband your goddamn police department.
That's
cut the
part of one of the
goddamn
reasons
check.
why I've been
Those
ostracized by so many people in my
jail
life.
cell with Joe Pie,
Because
none of that you motherfuckers kissing my ass.
Shabaka, hold on.
Buddy, you didn't see, were you watching the church part? Did you see the church
Yeah,
part?
that's what's pissing me off.
Holy
shit.
Wait, Shabaka, wait.
Okay, so this is the redneck right here.
Wait, before you get to that part. Why were these two, it's a made up thing to me, that's cap. Why were these two fucking brothers in there? Okay, two sisters, Justice apparently seen them, I didn't see them, but I was looking. I was really counting the black folk in there. Why are these two brothers on both sides, one on one side, one on the other, with all these white people surrounded, putting their motherfucking pink ass motherfucking hands on them and praying evil into them, right? Asking for forgiveness, whoopty whoopty wham, right? Why? And then put it on live, so you know it's not real. You know it's symbolic, right? I mean, just look at it. Why are these two brothers in this white ass motherfucking church by themselves and not together? They're like, they could be kidnapped and drug off into separate areas. Like, why would you trust yourself with amongst all these white people? Try to say, look, we try to ask for forgiveness. Why don't you just accept it? You know what I mean?
No. No, Lady Che, what all them white motherfuckers need to do is write their congressmen and the U.S. senators the dump, as in human shit, and hiding Biden, who's got to change his diapers on a regular basis, and say, cut the goddamn check of $750 trillion in tangibles. Everything else is bullshit. Like James Brown says, Lady Che, what they doing is doo-doo and talking loud, boom, boom, and saying nothing, boom, boom. And these crackers are saying nothing, boom, boom. Cut the goddamn check. Do the right thing, white America. Cut the motherfucking check.
I pledge allegiance. No, because it said the Pledge of Allegiance, and you just gonna do a mass apology like that's gonna be sorry for lynching you, colors.
Pretty much, Lady J.
Fuck, man. I thought it was like 1969, 70. Why are these brothers in there by themselves separating?
Well, see,
my brother, I'd be like, hey, get over here, guys.
Okay, well, see, that's just it, though, Lady Tay. You spotted a glitch in they bullshit. I didn't even see that. You see, so you spotted a glitch in they bullshit. But when these sons of bitches get up there and tell us this shit like the Joe Gibsons, oh, we don't apologize for slavery, then fuck you motherfuckers in your ass. What in the entire fuck do we have to discuss?
Right.
What the fuck is an apology gonna do while you're still in the black Holocaust, paying the motherfucking black tax and getting leapfrogged over? Fuck you and your apology. Stick it up your fucking ass. Right. What is it gonna do?
Real talk, Lady J.
Black tax.
Real talk.
Black tax.
Say, I'm tired of these homo farming, Elmer fed looking motherfuckers with these pot guts talking about, well, you know, we're all the same guy and all that. And like I said, Whitey, come out here to Las Vegas on the first day of summer and leave your sunscreen at home, leave your umbrella at home, and bring your lily white ass out here to this goddamn sun, okay? And when you start peeling and looking like the goddamn reptile that you are, because what color is a snake on its belly?
That's sad. It's a sad state of affairs. But you see
when you look at that serpent, what color is that motherfucker on his belly?
Fucking white.
Right. Move to the head of the class. Now, okay, you ain't hiding Biden. You damn sure ain't writing Donald Duck. You're not writing none of these stupid ass, sorry, black ass politicians in the Congressional Black Caucus. Do the right thing. Cut the goddamn check. $750 trillion intangible.
Exactly. So this redneck trucker here, he's gonna tell us he always died. He always knew they were black.
Yeah.
I mean, first you have to look at where Jesus came from. It's all dark skin tone people over there anyway, pretty much.
All right, so I just saw what Vladimir Putin just dropped. I'm pretty new to religion, so I've been looking at things. I always thought he was black. I really did. So I told my buddy who has been in religion his entire life, super Christian, and he was like, oh yeah, you know, he was always kind of more black than white. And I was like, maybe he just doesn't get it. Like, if Jesus is black and David and, you know, all the other people are black, and black people have been enslaved by the white people for the last 200 years, and we've been lying to them about Jesus is black, not white. We completely lied about it and then enslaved them. Black people are going to be pretty pissed. Rightfully so. I would be fucking mad too.
White boy, I appreciate what you said, but you ain't black, so you don't know the level of my
honestly.
Look at the redneck cracker though.
Redneck cracker seem to be on point, right?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I don't care. There's no
okay, but what it is though, Lady J, he's never experienced it.
No allies.
Okay, but Lady Che, he's never experienced racism. I don't give a damn how many black ghetto gaggers he's been with, okay, like Candace Owens and what have you and shit like that, okay?
That brought
the Black experience is not their experience. That there's like me talking about, hey, guess what I'm gonna do tomorrow, y'all? I'm gonna go fly the space shuttle. Y'all gonna say, Shabaka, you lost your goddamn mind, and rightfully so.
They're supposed to be launching 3 of them today.
I hope that they're all built by Elon Musk team. They all break apart in midair.
Oh yeah, them motherfuckers supposed to be going in a rocket ship tomorrow on the eclipse. Flying the motherfucker straight to the sun. Do humanity a favor. Let that eclipse burn that raggedy motherfucker up. But you know what, y'all? Guess what, Lady K? He just brought back a memory from 1965. Elon Musk, all you space shuttle motherfuckers want to fly to the eclipse. Burn, baby, burn. Okay, no, Lady K, you jogged the memory of me because before your time in Los Angeles on the radio station KGFJ, if it's still up and running, okay, they used to have a DJ by the name of Montague. And anytime that he played like any of the Motown classics like Smokey Robinson, Gladys Knight, the Stax records was coming out at the time, he'll play the record and he always used to say, all right, burn, baby, burn. We got Come See About Me by Diana Ross and the Supremes. We got Going to a Go-Go by Smokey Robinson. Burn, baby, burn.
Yeah,
you want to know something? Hold it. And then when the Watts ride went down in 1965 in August, and it was hot in the motherfucker too, and I remember the heat very well. Everybody was saying, burn, baby, burn. So KGFJ, they fired Montague because they said that he instigated the fucking ride with burn, baby, burn.
They gotta blame one of us, man, for something. You know, they had nothing to do with it.
Started over there off the corner of Avalon Boulevard and 119th.
You did something
with Marquette Fry.
A reaction to cause another reaction. They would have did something. We wouldn't have reacted the way we reacted. They would have did that whatever they caused the extra reaction. Nothing would have been burned down.
Well, see, what had happened was, Lady Che, if memory serves me correct, because I was a child at the time. Marquette Fry got pulled over by the California Highway Patrol off the freeway because he was drunk. Okay, so what had happened is that Marquette Fry told the California Highway Patrol, look, I'm drunk, I'm fucked up, okay, could you ask the homie to take my car over here to my mother's house, which is like less than 2 blocks away, right? Okay, so then from what I understand is that all of a sudden the California Highway Patrol started beating on this black girl, and they hit Marquette Fry. And Marquette Fry said when the highway patrol hit him with the nightstick, he dropped the motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? And it was on. You know what I'm saying? And it was on, you know. And that there was and keep in mind, now let me see now, let me go back. Okay, you're gonna need Kevin Barnes on this one. Okay, wait a minute. No, not Kevin Barnes, but somebody out of Cleveland, Ohio. Because after the Watts ride, then it went to Cleveland, Ohio. Detroit had 3 of them that I know of. New York City had 1. Chicago had 2. You see what I'm saying? And this is why during that time in history they referred to it as the sizzling 60s. And then of course we all know who the heavyweight champion was at that time. And
Hey, Shabaka, you writing the you're writing the like you're breaking up a little bit.
I'm breaking up.
Just when you talk a little bit, just a little bit.
Wait a minute. This ragged ass headset might be turning to shit. Okay, now what about now?
Yeah, it's kind of like it's a little like a little bit, but it's good.
Okay, you know what? I'm wondering with all this dust out here, if the damn dust is getting on the inside of my components right here.
Yeah, you might have to blow it out. Like put yourself on mute and just blow it out.
Yeah. Because it's been getting kind of dusty here, you know, in my apartment. You know what I'm saying? And that is from the desert.
Beautiful.
All right, y'all. Let me finish.
Yeah, we gotta get through the rest of this.
Now this dude here says on TikTok, I've known for years since I can remember, honestly, that Jesus is not a Caucasian.
Yeah.
He probably was a nigger. Well, Jesus Christ.
That's what he wanted to say, but
What he wanted to say, but that's what he said.
That Jesus was not a Caucasian. That Jesus was a darker skin toned person. I've known that for years. And I've never had a problem understanding and believing that. Okay?
Well, Jesus Christ.
It's funny though. There's been people like me out there for years saying that very thing. And they're discredited and they're ostracized and they want to people like, oh no, we gotta shut that one up. But the minute
ask this good old boy if he still got his cluck suit in the closet.
Hey, that's where they
a world leader steps on the stage and says it, oh my God, it's front page news. I don't care. I'm glad it's getting put out there because it's the truth. And I've known it since as long as I can remember.
The truth, as we all know, would always shine, even in the darkest dark, so that people in the darkest parts of the world can see, right from where they are, that they behold nothing but truth. However, one would have to acquiesce to the logical consideration that the impartial words of the Good Book or Holy Bible did not specify Jesus' skin tone, and may have only done so deliberately to focus all attention on what is really important, that is, the saving of souls. This was a point well made on the matter by Jeff Marshalls, a system engineer, Los Angeles. Despite the mistiness passionate scholars or seekers are said to have encountered in the quest to know things as they really are, ascertaining the very skin color of the Messiah while he was yet in our midst is not supposed to pose any difficulties. The interrelated activities surrounding the stories of his existence all the way down to his crucifixion made this very glaring. Which all brings us closer once again to the surrounding ill racial and oppressive treatments the people of color may also have been faced with in that era of the Christ.
People of color,
That slave-like treatment. Isn't it relatable to the way Jesus was treated? Isn't it also relatable to the way his name was changed, just as slaveholders are akin to changing the names of their subjects, or slaves as a way of asserting their slaveholding signature?
Thorns on his brow and his face was bleeding. And they laughed at him and they spit on him. And they mocked him. And with one snap of his finger, 72,000 angels had already drawn their swords ready to come to his rescue and wipe this planet out of existence in the universe. And Jesus said, no, to this end was I born.
That was the American evangelist Billy Graham in a crusade held as far back as 1971, reminding us all just what it meant to be black in those days and what it meant to be Jesus at the same time. Come to think of it, who was the man that was picked from the crowd to help carry Jesus' crucifixion cross, and why was he singled out in the first place to do the task? Couldn't it have been for no other reason than the color of his skin? Billy Graham wasn't quite finished with us here on the vital information he had to give.
And he dragged and lifted and hauled that cross. And don't you black people ever forget one thing. The man that helped Jesus carry that cross was a black man. And don't ever forget another thing. Jesus belongs to Africa. He was born in that part of the world that touches Africa and Asia and Europe. And Jesus was not a white man like me. We don't know what the color of his skin, but it must have been a dark color like the people of his day, because he was a man like them.
Billy Graham, from 1918 to 2018, must have been a man of great insight to have said this in his time. Simon of Cyrene was an African man summoned from the crowd to carry Jesus' cross to Calvary. Simon was black. Here is an insightful one from PC Camp. Christ the Messiah was black, as he was from the tribe of Judah. Jacob was a black man. His sons and grandsons were dark-skinned, as all the Hebrew people who descended from Jacob were black or dark-skinned. The descendants of Jacob, including King David, King Solomon, up to all the kings through the Solomonic dynasty, including Haile Selassie, are all black or dark-skinned people, being obviously from the tribe of Judah. Christ the Messiah was in fact black based on all the original authentic paintings of him before all those paintings were destroyed by a decree passed by Pope Alexander VI, who hated the fact that the Christ was black. This has always been about being black.
Yep.
Pope Alexander VI had ordered the widespread destruction of Christ's paintings by fire and replaced those paintings with the image of his own son named Cesare Borgia. Search the name Cesare Borgia. He is actually not what Christ looked like, but his image was used to replace the original paintings of the Christ, who was black. Now let us confirm the words of PC Camp by quickly and briefly filling ourselves in on Cesare Borgia. Who was Cesare Borgia? Cesare Borgia, any 13th September 1475 to 12 March 1507, was an Italian cardinal and condottiero, or like some would say, a mobster. He was an illegitimate son of Pope Alexander VI and member of the Valencian House of Borgia. His fight for power was a major inspiration for the book The Prince, by Niccolo Machiavelli. The Borgia family was famous for the enormous amount of political power they wielded in the 14th and 15th centuries, particularly within the papacy. They were often accused of crimes like simony, nepotism, murder, and incest. However, in an effort to keep black slaves oppressed so that they could sustain their rulership in Rome, Pope Alexander VI hired Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo to paint all of the images of the Black Christ in Europe in the image of his son Cesare Borgia. Since both of these artists were well known, a competition broke out between the two to see who could impress the Pope more by making a new image of the Pope's son that would deceive the world into thinking that Cesare was Jesus. So the majority of the images displaying the white European-looking Jesus that we see in paintings today at churches and Christian stores is actually a picture of Cesare Borgia, not the Messiah. But Leo and Michelangelo didn't just stop there. They painted all of the people of the Bible to be white, deceiving the entire world of what the people of the book really looked like. Over time, these false images have saturated the minds of the masses to such a degree that the notion of the Messiah being black sounds like a lie. Many people, especially the black people, regard the notion of the Messiah and the disciples being black as an attempt to instill black pride in our race, rather than considering if it could be true or not. America has brainwashed us so much that when you try to tell our people the truth, they can't receive it because they have been taught so long to believe in lies. In closing, this world, my friends, is not a fantasy. It's within our reach. Today, we've cracked the foundation of falsehoods, chipped away at stereotypes, and started dismantling the walls of inequality and racism. But the journey doesn't end here. Rather, it's the ignited spark. We are the bridge builders and the truth speakers, the ones who will shatter limitations. Let's carry this momentum forward. Let every conversation be a step towards empathy. Every action a brick laid on the path to equality. Let it become a wildfire of change. Let us be the generation that rewrites the narrative. We are the dreamers, the doers, the ones who bridge the divides. We are the voices that rise above the noise, the hands that reach across the chasms. Together, let's break the barriers, not with anger, but with the unstoppable force of unity. Let's challenge assumptions, celebrate differences, and amplify the voices that have been silenced for too long. That brings us to the end of yet another interesting video segment. And if you learned a thing or two, kindly reach out to us in the comments.
To like and subscribe to Frontline Black News.
That's right, Shabaka.
Right, Shabaka.
All right, so what are your thoughts on this, Shabaka?
Okay, well, first place.
Yes,
Yeah, they owe us everything, as Lady Chase said right there.
I'm my government.
Okay, and like I said, with Billy Graham saying that, I'm straight flabbergasted. He knocked me down with that one. So that good old boy, got up there and said that, and they acted like we painted their Jesus black so we could have some representation, so we could make ourselves feel better. And it was them all along. And then, like I said, now one thing though, I saw Billy Graham say that, and he used to come on the tube on a regular basis. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is, though, people, here's what I find so incredible. Now, when are you gonna get these pauper pimps in the black community to get up there and say the same thing?
No, they getting on call. Remember the paper? Remember the magazine I showed you?
Oh yeah.
They getting on call now.
Little by little. Everybody, like I said, everybody riding up this black wave right now, Shabaka. Because and we gotta give a credit where credit's due. Let's shout out the fucking New Black Media for applying motherfucking pressure this whole time.
Yep.
And they're finally getting on board, right? So
April
now,
is New Black Media Appreciation
exactly.
Month.
April is New Black Media Appreciation Month. So let's give a shout out to the New Black Media.
Yeah.
They're doing a heavy job, right?
Right.
Now everybody on the Black Swiller, right? They riding away with a Black Swiller. And now look, now everybody, I'm serious. And don't laugh, I'm telling the truth. They're riding away with a Black Swiller, right? And now everybody on board. Starting to catch up, right? 500 motherfucking years later.
Well, I wonder what all these dump supporters got to say about that. I wonder what the dump is going to say about that.
Okay, baby, it's a marathon, not a sprint. Marathon.
Yeah, it is. It's a long haul job of what we're doing right here, folks. And we need donations. We need help. So like and subscribe to Frontline Black News. We got advertisement space for sale on the podcast Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. Just inbox us, inbox Brother Paris. And what it is if that you're in business, we'd be more than happy to announce your business. Yeah. Okay, and then just get with us and inbox us here, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll be happy to work with you. And then also too, I'm putting it out there too, ladies and gentlemen. People's been hitting my inbox with this Cash App scam. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just asking. I'm just gonna block and delete you is because this bullshit been coming to me about for the last 3 years. I can't take it no more. You know what I'm saying? That Cash App scam is bullshit. Is because the way it is they want you to give them $800 and you're supposed to get $1,500 back. But once you give them your $800, it's guaranteeing that you're gonna get the $1,500.
Shit, Brother Shabazz taught us that way back when. When he went through it and he lost all his money.
Oh. So what happened was Brother Shabazz went up there and gave these motherfuckers the money first, and they never gave him back the return on his money, right?
It was in the very beginning when they started doing the Cash App scam.
Yeah.
He didn't really know, you know what I mean? And he did it, and he took his money. And he was upset about it because he was confused,
Yeah.
He didn't understand. And we sat down and talked about it, but shit, he's the one that taught us that to not really be fucking around with them because he lost
it. Right. Yeah. See, that's what I thought is because today somebody came in my inbox, with the Cash App scam. And we guarantee you make your money. So I says, but you need me to give you some money first, right? They never got back with me. And these motherfuckers was persistent. And I just had to tell them, look, check this out. Just miss me with that bullshit, okay?
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Because I ain't giving you shit. And I'm telling them straight out, I ain't giving you shit. Because one gonna ask, what's your Zelle account? You know what I'm saying? What's the phone number to your Zelle? Oh, motherfucker. So now, so wait a minute. So now he's shedding some light on how it works. You give them your phone number, and these goddamn hackers can trace every fucking thing about you off your fucking phone. See, this is why I don't like these goddamn apps. Oh, just download the app. Just download the app. Fucking app.
The Black Authority covered Uber today. In the worst way. So, I mean, it's all going down. All this shit is a fucking scam. The way it's looking, everybody should be charged with motherfucking racketeering.
Yeah, so what it is, though, hey, we selling advertisement space, We trying to get us 1,000 people who want their advertisements on our platform, and we ain't going to charge you much. So me and the staff at Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, we'll sit up there and make it work. You see what I'm saying? And if you pay us, we will mention what you're doing is because we need the revenue to keep. We got 1, 2, 3, 4 platforms that we are managing, and we are coming out of our pockets, and we are, we're sinking. You know what I'm saying? We can't do it no more. Let's see. and you can come on there, talk, you know what I'm saying? You know, we got advertising space we could sell, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it'll be real marginal and it'll be real cheap, you know, because we trying to grow too, you know, shit, all combined together. What we got, 11 combined years together of Frontline Black News, the Revolutionary Agenda, and Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. Let's see. And we've been digging in our pockets. You see what I'm saying? And then people want to come up on our like page and advertise their shit, but they don't reciprocate. So what's happening is on that Shabaka's Black Experience enhanced like page, unless we are familiar with you personally, we're deleting all your shit.
Oh yeah.
Everything was
And we blocking motherfuckers. You see what I'm saying? And I hate to be that way. You know, every fucking time that I go to my fucking life page, I got a minimum of 25 motherfuckers up there trying to advertise some shit.
Yeah, this is the clean phone. This is the one that had no
and don't want to shit.
Brandy, no seduction, no activities on it.
And I hate to be like this and don't want to be like this, but we ask you all for like, please don't do that.
But we like and keep in mind, family, me and Jesse are living in between poverty and poverty out of motherfucking and this is what we can afford, which is
exactly, Lady J. And then Lady J, I'm 2 steps away from being homeless again.
Oh my God, not again.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? See, because all my stuff I got right here, I got to pack all this stuff up because I might have to bug out on here on a moment's notice. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know, and you know, and I'm in my mid-60s. You know what I'm saying? I'm not 40 no more. I'm not 35 no more.
Me and my brother and Jesse are mad impressed by how you take how good in shape you're in, but still, that's the point.
Okay. Well, that's just it though, Lady Che. When I was young, I kept myself in shape. You know what I'm saying, and what have you, as best that I could. But then again, you know, smoking cigarettes, smoking weed over the years. That's why I quit smoking weed, because it's catching up to me now. You see what I mean? You know, and don't get me wrong, I'm thankful to rise, you know, from every morning from the ancestors, you see. But I would like, before I transition, I would like to see the good side of life. Now, I ain't gonna be no P, like what they calling him now, man. P Diddy, what do they call him? P Diddy, the diddler. They call him P Diddy the diddler, boy. That shit was funny as a motherfucker. When P Diddy, he bailed like a motherfucker.
Mine right now, Bugger.
Yeah.
Mine right now, where they would play P Diddy's music, and motherfuckers be in the car singing his tunes, and it'll be like right there, so telly. It's like, how many times when we kept singing these stupid ass songs and we sit back and play it, it hit different. They say it hit different. I mean, like, you know, back then we're young. We're like, okay, I'm about 40, 44, I think.
You just turned 44, yeah.
I don't know. Just said I just turned it. I don't feel like it, but I'm like 44, right? So when I listen to music in my mid-20s, and I'm like, that's going on about life, right? I'm listening to it now, word for word, like I was then. I'm like, God damn, he's straight telling these old ass busters.
And then too, but as Brother Che and I
on the Mike Tyson thing when he sit next to Mike Tyson moved his hand, looked like he was gonna whoop his ass, but then like fucking with him, like grab his head like he gonna put his head in his lap, and P Diddy pull away. No, P Diddy, don't do that. You know you wanted to. See, what everybody else said is P Diddy a power top. He don't get.
Well, I'm gonna tell you something, Lady Che.
He's not the one.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you something. I've seen Mike Tyson before, and he's solid. You see, and then this dude he's getting ready to fight by the name of Jake Paul.
Oh man,
the goddamn Texas Boxing Commission need to cancel that shit. Okay, Mike Tyson's gonna kill that motherfucker.
Right, Mike Tyson working out and shit.
Yeah. Hell yeah, and Mike Tyson is solid. And the thing is that you have to understand about these athletes, Lady Che, particularly the ones that box.
Sorry, he asked for that.
Okay, if they keep themselves in shape, you know, they will last forever. But Jake Paul, the reason why I want to see Jake Paul get his ass whooped, because I think that he's a white supremacist. You see, is because what's happening is
So
since
you
Ali's days.
You break your
See,
jaw, you ask for it.
yeah, well, see, that's just it though, Lady Che. When these men get in a ring, it ain't nothing nice.
Plus,
Okay.
you think you're fucking with him, right? Then it's like kind of antagonizing Mike Tyson a little bit.
A little bit.
Yeah, so Mike Tyson lay him down, and go to sleep for a month or two. Hey, he asked for it.
Lady Che,
let
me tell you something.
When
was the youngest man.
Holyfield, Jack, whatever the fuck his name is, was a little kid, was a baby.
Mm-hmm.
Like a whole picture of Tyson when he was a baby.
Yeah, you see. So, and I think Jake Paul is making a very, very huge mistake. He's going out there, talking against Mike Tyson. Man, that motherfucker there, man, need to wake up and slap himself for even thinking about some shit of degrading Mike Tyson. It ain't gonna happen.
Right.
Mike Tyson is gonna smash that dude, man.
I was going to sleep for like a month or two. Wake up
and
like,
Mike is gonna smash him bad. Real bad.
And lay the fuck out, go to sleep for like night.
Yeah.
And then
Mike
Mike Tyson
ain't got a chance against Mike Tyson. And if the dude got any kind of sense, he need to go speak to his management and tell him to cancel that motherfucking shit.
Yeah,
Because
Mike Tyson, COVID or something.
Shit, Mike Tyson gonna have that motherfucker fucked up in a hospital bed, and that son bitch is gonna be in a wheelchair for the rest of his life.
For real. And I'm like, hey,
leave Mike Tyson the fuck alone.
You better like everybody know that Tyson's the one that bit your ear off.
Right.
Man. Like leave him alone.
And Mike Tyson was doing TikTok videos, getting in shape. And he said, yeah, Jake Paul, you still want to fuck with me? And Mike Tyson was putting together them combinations, and you could just tell by the sounds that he's putting on the mitts as that he's going in there with full power. And I'm quite sure, man, the motherfucker holding the mitts for Mike Tyson's got to have some type of insurance because Mike hits hard.
Yeah,
I'm telling you, he put old boy to sleep for like a month or two. That's gonna be all right with me. I ain't fucked up with it.
What I'm just saying is though.
He knocked everything tooth out his mouth. Yep. He do that for it. He break his eye socket, do that for it. He fuck up his jaw.
Yeah. And Lady Che, and those injuries of which you're speaking of is a very, very real possibility that could happen to him
brain damage
with Mike Tyson. And then another thing you have to look at is this dude Jake Paul with him. This motherfucker's coming up from 160 to 175. Mike Tyson been a heavyweight his whole boxing career.
His whole boxing career.
His whole boxing career, he's been a heavyweight. You see what I'm saying?
On a middleweight body, putting on heavyweight, he's not gonna know how to manage that. That's how.
What's gonna happen is, Lady Che, is this: when they sign a bill for that fight, and when Mike Tyson comes out there and starts putting a buzzsaw on that fool right there, he's gonna cut the ring off from him, meaning he's going to deny Paul access, of getting away from him. Yeah. So what it is that he's going to minimize the amount of space that Jake Paul is going to have to get from him, and then Mike is just going to go in there and crush him and smash him and break him.
So how many rounds?
Just like what Snoop Dogg says, he's going to shake him, break him, and take his spot.
Forgot later.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh man, we got fire. Let's cover that. Let's do.
Well, we're not covering that right now, y'all. Y'all completely throwing me off.
Hey,
so Black Jesus, what are your thoughts on Black Jesus?
Okay, like I said, just like when you look in the Bible, when they describe him that he had the hair of lamb's wool and his skin was the color of burnt brass, that's a black man they talking about.
Yeah. Okay, Lady Che, what are your thoughts?
That's undisputable.
I've been giving my thoughts the whole show, so I'm cool.
So the Russians.
Oh man, the Russians catching up. I was just kind of. It's funny to me, and I'm not gonna stop laughing about it. Every time we say Black Jesus now, it's gonna be funny to me because it wasn't funny. I mean, we already knew that. We knew, right? I mean, I've known since at least 14, 15 years old. I was already out in the street, right? Not in my own household when I was growing up. But when I actually went out into the street and was living in, in the system, when I went into the system, I knew things were different then. You know what I mean? Not because I grew up in a family that was atheist. So when I went out to the world, I mean, I got to see religion firsthand differently. So, and I was in and out of the system, in and out of foster homes, and most of them were black. Yeah, so I already knew. I would say this though, it wasn't unfamiliar to see a black Jesus with locks baptizing a motherfucker in anybody's house.
Right.
Right. So and I was like, I mean, it's just like I had my friend's friend over here, and I was like, where we seen that anyway? She's like, man, it was in my front living room for a while. Exactly. That thing has been. I've been seeing it my entire life. Well, not entire life, but at least since I was like 13, 14 years old. Right when I went in the system. So, and for my stuff, it's funny to me. I'm 44 now. It's funny to me that something I've known my whole motherfucking life, damn near. That they're saying that they're giving credit to, right? They're talking about it, but the whites have to put their little fucking nasty little ugly spin on it. And like he's pulling a race card. First of all, there's no such thing. There's no such thing. And a race card, and we're doing it. No, what happened is they've been lying.
Mm-hmm.
They were lying when they kidnapped everybody and moved them.
Yep.
Right? They're lying the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
They fucking brainwashed them to believe whatever the fuck. Whitewashed all the pictures.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking been selling fake bill of goods to make themselves feel better.
Mm-hmm.
All right? When really the Asiatic man was motherfucking black.
Mm-hmm.
The black woman is in it as a real thing.
Mm-hmm.
Right? The black man is a real thing.
Right.
They've been fucking doing bad things to black people forever and a day. AKA, look at Jesus. Look how they did him. They made him and the homeboy carry their own cross.
Mm-hmm.
So they put him up there, stoned the fuck out of him, spit on him, and killed him, and then watched him get back up and resurrect him. And he died for everybody's sins. So let's keep it real. The black man died for everybody's sins, right? They don't want to say that, though.
Him and the 16 other Christ.
Right? They don't want to say that, though, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you know, Lady Che, we did create that hashtag resurrection of the mental dead. You know what I'm saying? And there's a group page that we have on Facebook by the same name, Resurrection of the Mental Dead. You know, so you got a bunch of brain dead motherfuckers out here that's getting educated.
He slipped that in so casual.
Yeah, he did. That was amazing.
That is amazing. She's like, no, but really, that's what, every time I hear it now, and that's how I represent it. Like, look, family, whatever the people were doing in that one part of the clip where they're praying on that black man there, and they had their hands on the two black men there, right, separating, and they're doing it on their live, and they're fucking like, we're sorry for her. No. If anything, black family, continue with your rage and add some more to it. Okay, just add some more, because this is not a fucking celebration when they're showing. This is a fucking. Putin just had went into the vault. He must have been bored. Went into the vault, sat out for a little bit, started looking and touching shit, reading stuff, and was like, came out a different. We now only go accept Black Jesus as the only God of Russia. Right? Okay. So you felt different after that.
Jesus.
Black
Okay,
Jesus.
now I wonder what the dump, as in human shit.
Yeah,
and we're going to make that perfectly clear.
Picture,
I wonder what the dump has to say about that.
1,700 images. They only think it
and
artifacts.
One.
And artifacts.
And then you just got to look at the part of the world of where it came from.
Right. Yeah. And they said they make it seem like it's only over here on the western part where they said that we were doing this fuck shit over here, because you go anywhere else, everything is painted black.
Exactly.
Right? That's what they said on the clip.
Yeah, that's what they said.
They said on the clip. So I was amused. I ain't stopped laughing since Jesse played it yesterday when I was in the restroom. I was in the restroom listening to it live and direct. I'm like, ha ha ha, laughing out loud. I was like, you won't get me to stop laughing because it's stupid. And everybody want to put this little spin on it, like, oh well, now we gave black people something, so that should be feeling better. Fuck no. If anything, we should be more mad.
Right.
Feel better. You feel better.
Right.
Like you gonna feel better when you feel this motherfucking heat.
Yeah. That's
like,
remember that's what that cracker said.
Really? This is fucked up.
I'll be
shit.
mad too.
Goddamn right. They're acting like this whole time that black people didn't have a right or a rhyme or reason to be fucking mad.
Remember, we didn't know what we were talking about.
It's a lie. That we have no reason to be mad. They don't owe us shit.
Mm-hmm.
They ain't gonna pay shit. They ain't did nothing to nobody. That didn't happen in their lifetime.
It's a time of reckoning.
It's a time of reckoning.
Yeah.
Oh man, it's a ton of
Well,
black
the
waves
Chief
right
Lady
now.
say, you pretty much saying the same thing what Marion McKeeba had said almost 60 years ago. You know, that we weren't discovered, we didn't exist until the European discussed us. And what it is that our people, you know, on the continent translate our history orally.
You didn't exist until we discovered you.
Yeah, and where the white man said, poof, now you exist, which is ridiculous.
Right.
And we tell Sarge this, and Sarge, wherever the fuck you is, your ass is hereby officially charged with desertion, Sarge.
Sarge get the charge for me for signing up the propaganda, and I'm gonna add that to his trophy when it comes time to give the Coon Awards.
And we charging Sarge with AWOL. Now, we love Sarge. We love Joe Gibson. But you guys come to the
y'all. Whenever
like Minister Farrakhan said.
Speaking of Joe Gibson.
Yeah, like Minister Farrakhan said, black family were killing each other over bullshit.
Hold on. I got to segue and move to the next topic. So, yes, Jesus is black. Thank you, Putin, for finally coming out with this realization and opening the vault.
Which is about 2,000 years late.
In Chimera, because we've already known about this. We've been talking about this for decades. And shout out to Tariq Nasheed for putting it in the Hidden Color series. But yeah, we've been talking about this at least 10, 20, 30 years before Putin came out with this. So, just reaffirmed everything we've been saying.
Well,
and no, we're not crazy. The gaslighting is over. We've been telling y'all this for the longest. And y'all kept telling us it didn't matter what color Jesus was. He still died for all of our sins. Well, if it don't matter, then why are you so thankful of the black Jesus?
And you need to start watching black people speak now. Stop playing. Stop playing. When Jesus washed, they're right. They turn that around. Jesus washed.
And here's one for that Mad Dr. D said, you know, many years ago.
No. What's the power of Mad Dr. D?
Yeah, but Mad Dr. D said something is that that he was in school and they asked the kids, what is the connection between Jesus Christ and the American flag, right? Mad Dr. D said that these kids have said is that the red part is for Jesus' blood. The white part is for Jesus' skin. And the blue part was for his blue eyes.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hey.
And me and Mad Dr. D had a good laugh off of that one. You know, that's for damn sure. And may he rest in power. You know.
And may
also too, I did.
Swisher rest in power as well, because she's the one that did it. Grace Fletcher or Swisher. Swisher.
Okay.
She's the one that knitted the first American flag.
Or that Betsy Ross stole.
Yeah, she came up with the stars and bars. That was her.
What, the hillbilly flag?
No, the stars, the bars on the original flag, on the 13 colony flag.
Oh yeah. Oh, okay. So it wasn't Betsy Ross.
No.
So Betsy Ross went there and plagiarized another brother's shit. Right. Okay. I'm not surprised, people.
She plagiarized another sister shit.
Okay.
It was a slave that knitted it. Her name was Grace Swisher.
Okay. All right.
The first American flag.
Okay. All right.
So
next topic is the stupid ass Young Turks. I've been warning Lady Che for years about the Young Turks.
Stop it.
I stopped listening to the Young Turks before the scandemic pandemic.
All right.
And Jake, and the only one that gets any kind of love is Dr. Rashay.
Oh yeah, the brother with the glasses.
Yeah, he's the only one. The rest of them can go to hell. So now they're pivoting to the right. So Professor Black Truth is going to let us know a lesson from the Young Turks pivot to the right. So now they're going right. So remember, Caucasian Nazi Network, Cartoon News Network,
Right.
To the right. So now the Young Turks are going to the right.
Right-wing Republicans. All right.
Do more than any other. Steadfastness. In fact, that's the principal trait that binds all of us together. That's why we keep coming to places like this, in order to exchange ideas with one another and to receive encouragement, because we know that nobody's going to cut and run. Yes, we have been giving you the same message 15 years running, because when you're at war, you don't stop reporting enemy troop movements or putting out morale-boosting messages until the war is won. And we aren't there yet. One of, if not the biggest internal problem that we as Black people have is that we are consistently inconsistent. And if you want to know whether or not somebody is actually going to achieve whatever it is that they claim to want, just look and see what their track record is when it comes to sticking it out for the long haul. You'll notice that none of the lifers, none of the people who you know and trust like myself, Tariq, Lisa Cabrera, Your World, Tarian Rain, or others, we haven't been trying to figure out how to use you in order to finesse a come up for ourselves. We've remained faithful. And while some people may be tempted to take that particular trait for granted, especially around the B1, I'll tell you right now, it's actually more rare than you might think. Some of these other people who are out there, they haven't been trying to build Black empowerment at all. What they've been trying to do is to build a hustle for themselves. These are some of the dead-enders who came out of all that nonsense that was going on before the Black media established itself on the scene. But there's also been some bad actors from outside the community who also need to be pointed out. And the reason why is it matters who you get your news and views from. The Young Turks, they went full CNN and they've been running hard to the right. Now, you can be disgusted at this, but you can't be surprised. Cenk Uygur is a conservative, just like the late Ed Schultz. And like Ed Schultz, Cenk Uygur tried to find room in the white right-wing space, but it was oversaturated. So he had to get in where he fit in. And that's why 20 years ago, he became a left-of-center commentator, or at least those were the positions that he claimed to espouse. But every so often, he would let the mask slip. And that Anna woman that he likes to pal around with, she also did that even more so. But recently, things must not be so good over there at their shop, because he and that rancid harpy he sits next to have been pivoting to the same talking points as the white right. And while they're not going full Fox News yet, they're also being just overt enough with it that it's clear what they're trying to do. They want to expand their viewership and to make themselves more agreeable to casual racists, lead white moderates. Some people may be shocked by this development.
You remember that reparations hearing that Coleman Cruz and Danny Glover had partook in before the scandemic pandemic?
Vaguely.
See? And I was like, when was the last time we saw Danny Glover? And then you said 5 years ago. See, I was the only one.
And Ta-Nehisi Coates.
See, there you go. There you go. All right, well, Jesse gonna play with Jesse is it. But for the last little couple weeks, the right.
It was when we were with it was right before we started the Mile High News, Shabani.
Okay.
You're right, Jesse. I mean, you were right.
So this bastard, they've been trying to tote him around as a spokesperson for Black people, and he ain't even FBA.
Yeah.
Okay, you talking about this black cat right here, man, with the bow tie hanging?
No. This Coleman Cruz or Corny Cruz.
Right now they're talking about.
Okay.
But they're talking about Jake, the one in the middle right here.
The one who ran for president.
He's really a conservative, but he's been commentating as a left winger.
Right.
Okay, but really he's a right winger.
Yeah. At the core, he is. But the people he surrounds himself with is not. That every now and again, Jake could slip and let it known where he stands on shit.
Okay. An undercover fucker Carlson.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's made and what have you, but as the Black media, we're not surprised at all. We've been talking about the Young Turks for many years, about how the Young Turks have been tiptoeing their way towards this, the way that they had thrown shade at the Black community by proxy over the years. Also, how there happen to be a number of right-wingers or racists and such that you don't really see them going in on. See, all too often, whenever somebody says what seem to be the right things, especially if they say it passionately, And especially if they say it often, people will tend to miss when they also slide in some of this other stuff that they wouldn't necessarily agree with, or they'll be willing to forgive it until eventually they wake up one morning and find that the Young Turks have been running hard to the right. And by the way, the similar dynamic also works for a lot of these bootlicking Negroes that you see the white media trot out. People like Roly-Poly Martin and the three cast-offs from CNN, Tiffany Cross and those other two has-beens. They're huge cheerleaders for the white media when they're working for them. And they continue to toe the line. They make it very clear, what do you...
So, Shabaki, I did an impromptu on the Free Coon Zone.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
So how did Jeff Fart treat you?
With the utmost respect.
Did he get my fucking calling card?
I asked him about it. He said he just got back in town. You know, he was in Greece.
So in other words, the motherfucker got my calling card.
I finally see the show,
like I promised that I would do. You see what I'm saying? And now he's sitting up there gumming grits. You know what I'm saying?
He got so shook in the face. I thought he was gonna have a heart attack.
They all
what are you looking up about? We don't mean Jeff Fart no harm. He just full of shit. That's all Jeff Fart, and the number for your stinking ass to call Jeff Fart.
We still wait on the dumpsters to call
418-5996 and call us on Tuesday night at 7 p.m. Mountain Time, Jeff Fart. We'll talk to you. I ain't gonna say we're gonna have a pleasant conversation, but fuck, man, we'll talk to you.
We'll talk to you, especially if you're a dumpster. So call in.
Yeah. And we want all dumpster supporters to call in Friday. And the title of the show
the date
that is called "The Horror of the Election of 2024."
It's the 9th.
It's the 9th.
Call in on the 9th, y'all.
Oh yeah, on the 9th. Yeah, the day after the eclipse. You know, we'll talk reasonable. You know what I'm saying?
I can hear it. I'm waiting for you to play the clip, dude. So you can start being mad.
And then, I want to put it out.
No. We got to finish clips.
Yeah. You got to let
this clip, I'm going to put solution on blast.
Okay.
What do you mean bias? What do you mean ignoring black people? Not over here. Why? I can tell you I'm in the room and I'm looking out for our interests, etc. Oh yeah, that's how they're talking until their white paymasters give them that pink slip. And then all of a sudden they start to try to talk like us. They try because none of them can get it right. They're doing this asinine little impersonation of theirs, what they think we sound like, what we sound like to them. For people who don't really even pay attention to what it is that we say, you want to find out what somebody truly believes, offer them a paycheck, particularly a large one, and then take it away. And they'll show you exactly what they stand for. As the black media, we don't run, not from white supremacy and not from the positions we've espoused over the years either. And remember, when I say the black media, that means you.
That's right.
So many folks out there, not just in media, but in life in general, they try to get in good with whomever they think is going to take care of it. But when that gravy train derails, or they think they found a faster money train, that's when they try to pivot. I'm sure you've noticed that a number of the would-be online black conservatives have been trying to change their tune on the sneak.
Yeah.
They've been toning down some of their more strident talking points. Some of them dropped the white right-wing talking points altogether. Others have been more subtle about it. But you notice that more than a few of them have been trying to do that. All of a sudden, they haven't been doing their best Rush Limbaugh, Sean Hannity impersonation. Now, apparently, they want to be more nuanced. Now, of course, these people have absolutely no principles. That's the reason why you have a black man who's claiming that he's a conservative. But as Dr. John Henrik Clarke said, what is any black person in America trying to conserve?
Right.
We know what the real reason is. It's one thing and one thing only. They didn't get that Fox News or AM talk radio gig that they were auditioning for, because that's what they're all doing. They're all auditioning to see if somebody on the white right is going to notice them and give them some sort of job. Maybe you can be a panelist on one of these stupid little shows of theirs, or maybe they can bring you in to be a special contributor, or heavens to Betsy, they might even give you a show. Hell, the white right doesn't even like the Negroes who it already has around it now.
Right.
Just ask Alan Keyes or Larry Elder about that.
Right.
It wasn't the Democrats who cut those checks out.
Professor, yeah, crumb bomb on Elder.
Buddies who
Speak,
did it too.
Professor.
But of course, there's no cure for
Speak
stupid,
frontline
so they
Black
didn't know
news,
anything about
Professor.
it. They went all in, didn't they? Well, we don't. The Young Turks have been around for about 20 years or so, ever since Era America. Now, 20 years is a long time, admittedly. People thought that these guys were rock solid, and at least on the surface, it seemed like Cenk and his buddies were saying the right things. But the truth of the matter is, when you listen to what they say, aside from the fiery anti-Republican talking points, you notice that there's all kinds of problems with their rhetoric. But when you've been out here for like 2 decades or so, people might find it a little bit difficult to pick up on the stress fractures and realize, hold on, this guy just said some mess here that doesn't make any sense, or it's not philosophically consistent with the other things that they've said. See, this is what the black media knows about these guys. People thought that they were rock solid. But as I've told you, it's far easier for somebody to pull the wool over your eyes when they can get you to pull the wool for them. And in Cenk's case, he's been trying to find some way to get his toe in the door of America's political circles. I think he's run for office at least a couple of times. What is he thinking? Maybe he's thinking that he'll be the next Al Franken. Al Franken was also part of Air America too. And like Cenk, Al Franken had his radio show. And Al Franken also made it to the U.S. Senate, albeit briefly. And I guess Cenk Uger's going, hey, if Al can do it, so can I. We all know that the corporate white media is crooked as a $3 bill. If you want to be even minimally informed, you might as well check out some foreign news sources, something outside the United States, where they at least tell the truth about America some of the time. I myself do have some measure of respect for a small handful of alternative news commentators, and some of them have been very insightful, but I got to be honest here. Too many of them are on that class-based struggle nonsense, and that's irrelevant to black people. If you want alternative points of view, that's your prerogative, but understand that Cenk Uygur and company are trying to make their little operation as profitable as possible. That's been the goal from the very beginning. So yeah, they're going to go ahead and alter their message or curate what it is that they do, as long as they think that it's going to be bringing in more revenue for them in the form of more viewers, listeners, or perhaps some angel investors are going to come in and give these guys millions of dollars. Wouldn't be the first time. But as the black media, as the mouthpieces for the portion of black America that's actually got its head on straight, we can't operate like that. Look, nobody, and I mean no freaking body, ever got rich being an advocate for black empowerment. Now, if you want to go ahead and do some half-brain hustle, like if you want to be one of those preacher men, you can go ahead and do that. Dr. King was a man of the cloth, but he wasn't one of those preacher man hustlers. And the same thing went for Malcolm. Right. The people who do this, I mean for real, do this black media thing, the people who are in it for the long haul, they do it because they believe it. They do it because they got tired of waiting for somebody else to do it. And we also saw that people were being led astray by charlatans and fools just as bad as the Kundalini energy crowd. That's the core of black empowerment. We're self-starters. You don't need to ask if you're on code. You know what off code is. You don't have to ask, what if I'm the only one in my area? When you show that you're on a mission, you'll find that other people will gravitate towards you because they've been waiting for someone else to step across that line. Right. To do this, to be an advocate for black empowerment, you have to have patience. That's an absolute requirement. 15 plus years that I've been making these videos. You think I believe in shortcuts to what I do? There aren't any. There's no instant gratification. Not if you're talking about taking control of the social discourse within the black community. That takes time. So the point of this morning's briefing is to remind you it matters who you get your news and views from. People who talk a good game only to inevitably break bad on you, they're not giving you information and they never were. They've always just given you misinformation. And the Young Turks, like the rest of the white media, like TMZ, like Fox News, CNN, MSNBC, the Young Turks made sure to have a black person on camera around them. Keep a black person or two around just for some presence. Hey, they also got some other black folks connected to their network to build confidence with the people and throw discerning viewers off their scent. That's the kind of stuff that they do. And no, I'm not throwing shade or any sort of innuendo at any of the black people who have been associated with the Young Turks, some who have left, by the way. But the point that I'm making is there's a reality there. Sure, they may have wanted some black folks who did have some talent and who were interesting and who could perhaps draw and accumulate to their following. But at the end of the day, as far as they're concerned, this is not about black people. This is all about how they can improve their own bottom line. And you, my family and fellow travelers, you need actual information and analysis given to you by people who don't have one eye on you to see if you're going to be bringing somebody else with you and they got the other eye on their bottom line. You need somebody who's got both eyes on the ball. So for the folks who are just now recognizing what it is that the Young Turks have been up to, and they're seeing some of this rhetoric, seeing some of these videos they've been putting out, they've been doing this mess for years. Sure, in the past, they weren't quite so overt about it, but they were going to get here eventually. This was all part of the plan. And if you just so happen to be one of the black people who actually did think that the Young Turks were on the side of the angels, I don't want you to beat yourself up too much. I don't want you to feel too guilty or feel too foolish. Just understand that whenever you're listening to anyone who's telling you anything, and that also includes the new voices of black media, you have to go a hell of a lot deeper than just listening to whatever it is they seem to be saying on the surface, or you heard them say a number of things that you agree with and you like, and as far as you're concerned, okay, we can trust these guys on everything. You have to listen to all of the things that they're saying. You have to take stock of all of the positions that these guys are expressing. Now, when you look at them in their totality like that, that's when you start to notice the inconsistencies, and you'll also recognize the statements that were made that didn't make any actual sense, especially when you look at the rest of their allegedly left-wing positions and rhetoric. So when you have these other people out here who some of you might listen to because the algorithm promotes them, just keep in mind, what they say may initially sound very good, but if you're not taking total stock of everything that they're saying, then you're not paying attention. Good day and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Shrampstein, Divine Lady, Lawrence Shaver, Rose Arnold, and Amir Miller. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message.
Subscribe to Frontline Black News as well.
That's right.
Yeah, I've been listening to the professor for a good 12 years.
What's the next one?
Go ahead, Shabaka. What are your thoughts on what the professor just laid out for us?
The professor, man, is dropping knowledge, you know what I'm saying? And he's telling these scrubs about themselves, you know what I'm saying? And he's calling them out on the carpet. It's because, see, what's happening is, man, this facade is weighing down about that we all the same, particularly with the quote-unquote discovery of Black Jesus now. Okay, now we all known that before, okay, but the only thing I can say about that,
I said all that already. I said we've been saying that for decades. Nowadays, it's realization that we have a whole vault full of these artifacts and pictures of Black Jesus and Black angels.
Why do you think we created the hashtag resurrection of the mental dead? Okay. See, so this is what Putin has did. Okay, with him being a world figure, he has resurrected a whole bunch of these brain dead motherfuckers. You see what I'm saying? Who's probably shitting and pissing on himself, man, for the overload of knowledge they got.
You heard the crackers. You heard what them crackers were saying, Shabaka.
Oh, yeah, even old hillbilly there. Well, you know, Jesus was a black man, Jesus Christ. You know what I'm saying? But look at all the black people that these motherfuckers that went out, lynched, castrated, stuck their dicks in their mouth.
First of all, I've never seen the race card in a standard
or black card.
Cards.
Don't get twisted. No.
Yeah, see, and I'm just wondering with these brain dead ass scratching Negroes, like asking them what they got to say. And you motherfuckers is welcome to call in at 516-418-5996 on Tuesday night. Google us. Shabaka Black Experience Enhanced. And it's not about hatred, people. What it is if you're going to have some goddamn healing, okay, you got to have these conversations, as unpleasant as they is. It's because over the years, you should see the shit that we have gotten in our inbox, in our chat rooms, And a whole lot of this shit I'm gonna start writing memoirs on and save it for the comedy club the next time I go to Los Angeles.
Right.
And the same thing with these Yassa bosses and these ass scratchers, Holy Martin, ghetto gaggers like Candace Owens, you know what I'm saying? And what have you.
So the next topic, Shabaka, unless Lady Che has her thoughts on the Black Jesus.
I got another step.
All right, we're moving along. We are on to the dump, who is warning that
As
the
in
U.S.
shit, and we want to make that perfectly clear.
Perfectly clear.
Who is warning that the U.S. will cease to exist if he's not selected or elected.
Okay, now what is this orange asshole got to say?
This is going to give us the rundown.
See that?
Yep.
That was funny.
You know, Donald Trump is not the sharpest tool in the shed.
No,
he really isn't.
One of the most densest motherfuckers
He
that
comes
is
out and make these kind of statements. Yes, he made the statement. And what is anybody supposed to think? Number one, y'all, I'm just going to put it to you straight. Donald Trump ain't worth dying over.
Right.
He's not worth it.
Right.
He wasn't even worth January 6th. But some people took into their heads that he was, and they went out there and committed a crime.
Yep. And
now the country is going to cease to exist. What is he, some messiah?
He's far from
I mean,
that,
seriously, this really overrated man needs to go somewhere and sit down. If you lose the election, you concede and you move on. That's what you do.
That's rip.
So Trump claims the U.S. will cease to exist if he's not elected. Wow. Donald Trump makes a lot of outrageous statements, but he may have topped himself on Tuesday. So they're talking about this past Tuesday. Donald Trump was giving a campaign speech in Grand Rapids, Michigan. The former president and current defendant suggested that bad things would happen if America didn't reelect him in November. He says very bad things. Now, who's going to carry out these very bad things? The MAGA nuts? Them? Well, they attempted to carry out bad things January 6th, and Trump still did not get back in the White House. So you mean a situation like that, they're going to come out here, raise hell, and still don't get their way? You know, kind of like January 6th?
Mm-hmm.
Like the country would cease to exist. Bad. This is what he said. Yeah, Trump declared that in the event Joe Biden once again beats him in the election, I think the country is going to cease to exist. Now, we have gone through a lot of bad presidents in America, lots of them. And not on one occasion did the country cease to exist because one of them didn't get reelected. I'm just saying.
Hot boy statement.
So he added some additional fear mongering.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Lisa. That's exactly what I was.
It could be the last election we ever have. I actually mean that.
Mm-hmm.
We don't win. I think this could be the last election we ever have.
Shit.
That's where our country is going.
Mm-hmm. I mean, not like it's a big thing.
This man got the biggest inflated ego on the face of the earth.
Not metaphysical.
Since declaring an issue with the election before it happens was how Trump was able to gin up the insurrection on January 6, 2021. it's not surprising he's using it again. And the sad part, there's probably people that will repeat what Trump said.
What's new? Like,
but this time around, his fiery and false rhetoric is getting fact checked by people who don't want to deal with another insurrection by Trump, low information followers. So one of the reps, he insisted that even if Trump isn't elected, Americans will still have things like elections, sunshine, rain, flowers, dogs, cats, and yes, Doritos. They also pointed out that the country survived Donald Trump not winning re-election in 2020. And the only thing that may happen if he doesn't win, he may be convicted of criminal acts.
Sent to jail.
Well, the key is to get this motherfucker convicted before the election.
This is what I got to say to that. I'll be shocked. You know, there are some people that think Donald Trump is going to jail. I, for one, I don't believe he will. I don't believe Donald Trump is going to jail. I'm just saying, y'all. You know, if he goes to jail, it will be shocking. I think he will just go out to the green pastures because he's not going to have a choice if he loses the election. And in all honesty, he has a great chance of losing. You know, I know a lot of people think Joe Biden won't get it. And yeah, there's a lot of Black people that are saying they're not voting for Joe Biden. But y'all, I see a lot of people on the right that said they don't want Donald Trump. They won't vote for him.
Yeah, the rhinos.
And I was looking at a story that came out. Nikki Haley's following said they're not voting Trump. They'll just flip and vote Biden. So Trump is not a shoo-in.
Like the only options they give us. Really,
despite what a lot of people say, he's not.
None of them are good.
You know, I think right now they're neck and neck. In America, in all honesty, you're not getting a good deal with either one of these candidates. You're not.
We've been saying that for the last 5 goddamn years.
This is where we are in the final days of America, you know, and Trump said it's going to cease to exist if he doesn't get in. Yes, he's all that in a bag of chips. It will cease to exist because he is like the second coming. I guess that's what he thinks he is, but that's not what Donald Trump is. Donald Trump is a very flawed human being. If he wasn't, he would not be in the legal situation that you're looking at. Donald Trump is not innocent of all these crimes he's accused of. He did a lot of it. He did. This is not about an election. This is about a man that really did overinflate his self-worth and went out there and did a lot of financial crimes.
Really?
So we shall see if America ceased to exist over some election in November. I seriously doubt. If it does cease to exist, Donald Trump won't have a thing to do with it. You can best believe that.
Out there, like, you know, they're tried.
Please leave your comment and subscribe. Don't forget to hit on the notification bell, and I'll see you on the next video. Peace, family.
Well, on that one right there, subscribe to Frontline Black News, donate, you know, to Shabaka's Black Experience. You know what I'm saying? It's because the days of us giving out free advertisement, you know, for these content creators and nobody's donating is over. And we love and respect Lisa Cabrera, but we just keeping it real. You know what I'm saying? Because we taking on water. This motherfucker here at Frontline Black News is like the Titanic. We taking on too much water.
I think I think we're in the immersible right now.
You know, our platform is in a state of emergency, and we need some help. Okay, because, you know, we got 13 and a half years combined.
How long you been saying you been in a state of emergency, Shabaki?
Forever.
Huh?
How long have you been saying we're in a state of emergency as a people?
About for the last 27 years.
Damn. So
Since I was about your age.
Yep.
And see, and what's happening is, people.
Just because Black Jesus exists now does not mean we haven't been in a state of emergency.
Yeah, you see, the reason why we are in a state of emergency, because the biggest part that points out that we are in a state of emergency, Lady Che, is when a dude like Joshua, who goes shoves ketchup up his ass, talking about that he's having a menstrual cycle.
Shabaka,
That's beyond.
We got to do the bet again. Remember the bet? That was in response to your bet.
Yeah, yeah. That's right. Yeah, you know, and what it is that
The
nobody took.
don't count.
The male case don't count, and we should move the goalpost, Shabaka. Instead of it being,
let's move the goalpost then.
Now it's 3. You put up 3, or we put up 3. You show us that you meant straight.
And then
for
he
real.
put 100, so that was.
And that'll be three racks you'll owe Frontline Black News, the whole Frontline campaign.
Yeah, that's right.
And the only one that could prove it, I have to be able to see I'm a real girl.
Right.
Real girl parts, and can really breed real babies. So I want to see you masculine motherfucker menstruate like under the moon cycle, because I'm divine femininity. All right. And I want to see you menstruate, and it got to be your blood, not no motherfucking, not no pig blood, not no motherfucking catheter, because I want blood tested, okay? I'm gonna fuck what you say. I'm not playing. When my shit, I don't want to be vulgar, family, but I'm a real life girl, and I've had real life babies. So if they took my stuff in, it would come up under my genetics. So you hear me stuttering because I didn't want to be gross. It would be my genetics in whatever the fuck they tested, right? So I want the same process, and when you fail, because you will fail, and this has to be menstruation, not I cut my dick on the inside or anything like that. No. It comes from a specific place.
And it's got to have 100% estrogen in.
And you'll owe us 3 racks. That's $3,000 motherfucking dollars.
That's right. That's right.
That's right. So you're gonna have to come correct. And step up. All these motherfuckers are like, "Oh, fuck you, real bitch. I'm a girl." No, prove it, because I've bred children, and I'm still, I'm still in a healthy woman stage. So prove it, and that's the only way you can prove it, because they'll test my genetics if I was to produce that. Like, I don't want to be gross. That's disgusting talk, my lady. But if I was to test my moon cycle stuff, it would come under Brandy Marie Major's genetic code. Okay. So they got to come, and you better break that bread. We want that 3,000. Stop fucking putting on dress. Stop acting like you's a real fucking bitch. You ain't. No matter what you do, it don't matter how you twerk. You'll never be a fucking sister. You'll never be a woman. You'll never put a real baby in there. Right. You don't have the mechanism. I don't care what you say and how you feel. Feelings don't count. I feel like a woman. Yeah, I feel like a dude sometimes too, but you don't see me rocking no dick. So no, that doesn't count. You need to be a real woman with a real life working reproductive system that belongs to you, not no animal or a It has to come from you. That means a baby could grow in your reproductive system, because that's what a real woman is. Everybody has to ask the question, what is a woman? A woman during puberty, the only way you can tell a woman is a woman, her hips spread naturally for puberty. For childbearing ages, right? Later, when she's growing into the real woman, right? The moon cycle kicks in, and her body does this. Her hips spread so that she can breed babies, because that's the way it's supposed to work. That is the only way you could tell a woman from a motherfucking man, Contrary to popular belief, I don't care if you put fake teeth in it, cut your dick off, shove it inside, turn it inside out, cut everything out. You are not a female because you're gonna have to hold something in there to keep that fucking thing open. And it don't heat up and don't do the same shit. You're not gonna feel the vibrations. You're not gonna have no pussy control. You're not gonna be able to tighten the kegel. Shut the fuck up. You're a man. Know your place. Your hips are not gonna spread. Stop it. I'm a real girl. I had real girl moments. I don't give a fuck if everybody's fat. I don't give a fuck. I'm a real girl. And when I went through the stage, which every young girl goes to, the hips spread for breathing. And I had real babies. So I know there's no other way. So fuck Kentanji. She should know the answer. And the answer is puberty will say it. Hip spread. That's the only way you can tell it's a real woman. Not a man. A man's hips are not going to spread. Right. Okay, during when you're growing into an adult male, your hips do not spread. Maybe you get a little broader in the shoulders, more muscle, extra testosterone. Your dick grow bigger. That's about it. You got some hair on your chest. You grow up a little taller, and you're a man. You got some man shit going on, right? But you're not gonna go through the physical process of a motherfucking woman, where a woman tightens up here in the chest and hips spread for motherfucking breathing. Simple as that. In case you don't know what a woman is, a woman, her hips spread naturally, not because she opened her legs. That's stupid. Her hips spread to bring life. It's just nature. Mic drop. So come correct with that money, motherfuckers, because you motherfuckers wearing dresses, shoving ketchup up there, putting fucking weird ass fucking anal probes in. You go shove a whole baby up the ass just to squeeze it out to have the fucking birthing process. I showed that on the RVA. It comes in 3 sizes and 3 different colors: white, black, and nude. Okay, pick your race. Fuck you. You're a man. I'm a real girl. And there's plenty of other real women that'll have the same fucking conversation. Everybody get mad if you want to. Get mad if you want to. But I'm telling the truth. It's what you gonna do about it. You gonna beat me? That's what most men want to do. Well, it wouldn't be no surprise. There's another man in a fucking high tight dress want to talk shit to me. Tell me how much she's a real live girl. Suck a dick twice. You're a man. You're not pushing no babies out. And I want that shit tested. I'll submit. What's good for the troops is good for everybody, right? Yeah. Good for the goose, good for the gander. I'll submit. I'll get my shit tested so you can see that I started off with the chromosomes for a woman. I'm a woman, right? There's nothing. I'm intact. So I'm a full woman. I'll submit to the testing. All my genetic materials that come out of my body belong to Brandy Marie Majors. That's me, right? And so I suggest you go through the session. Do you need me to submit the payment for it? Fuck it, whatever it takes. But you gonna come off them 3 racks. Whatever it takes. And if you're an American dedicated motherfucker, get up on that fucking thing. Spread your motherfucking legs. Give me that motherfucking shit. Let's test it. You's not a fuck. You ain't got the chromosomes to be a woman. Right. Start with that. Off top. You do not have feelings don't count. I feel like a woman. I feel like a man when I'm talking shit sometimes and working on my sink. But that don't mean I'm a fucking man. Right. I feel like a man when I got some boots on. I already stopped the fuck out of some shit. That doesn't mean I'm a man. Feelings don't count. Right. What is a woman? What is a woman? I feel like a woman. What the fuck does that mean? Right. If you felt like a woman, you'd be cranky, crabby, tired, heavy, bloated. All the uncomfortable things that go on with women. Not fucking twerking and popping your ass on motherfucking trunks and telling real women that they'll fuck their dudes. That's not a feeling. That's just you get. Come off that bread. Stop playing. We didn't move that goalpost.
Okay, we're back. Okay. All righty. And then to ladies and gentlemen.
Can you say that?
You know, with this, I mean, this shit is getting ridiculous here in 2024. But one thing I thank God for, I will not see this son of a bitch in 2074. I don't want to see 2074.
God damn.
I don't want to see 2050.
You be like,
Because the way how this bullshit is going on, and
like,
then you got this goddamn artificial intelligence that's going to be fucking people out of their bank
No,
accounts.
it's 20. No. It's 2040.
Chicago's like, fuck no. If it's like that,
2040.
yeah, there's 3 different
16 years from now.
Your
Let me
ass.
see here. Nah, man, if I'm still around 16 years from now, man, I'm going to be so fucking out of it, filled with dementia. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, you're not like that.
I'd probably be like Joe Biden falling up the goddamn stairs. You know what I'm saying? And then this orange asshole, Donald Duck. Here's what you need to do, Trump. You need to get the fuck out of the public light. Go start your own amusement park. And then put up everything in your presidency, okay, and what you represent. And motherfuckers would be totally amused of how the United States of America elected a dumb, stupid idiot like that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm amazed. So Donald Duck Trump, instead of you hustling money, man, to be the president, man, go set you up a goddamn amusement park and make yourself the star, man.
Right.
You would make it. And that'll get your sorry, crooked, bankrupt ass 5 times out of the shithole that you're in. Because you say we Africans come from shithole countries. I'm sorry. Yeah, Donald Duck, you are a shithole. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you made a mockery, Donald Duck.
Even the shithole in Europe. Europe's a shithole.
Yeah, exactly. So the real pile of shit in a shithole is the mouth of Donald Trump. That is the shithole. The mouth of Donald Trump is the current shithole.
Mm-hmm. It's been less since 2016.
Right.
Yeah, and Donald Duck, I don't think you bathed, man, because the shit that you talk really stinks. I don't think the nasty motherfucker bathed.
I don't think he does.
I said he stank. There's whole articles saying
once
that.
a month.
Yeah, and then you had a porno broad as the first lady, Ivanka Trump.
Right, man. Hey. We were talking about that, me and my brother, like off.
And then Donald Duck Trump.
God,
why the fuck will you pay some raggedy ass looking broad like Stormy Daniels $125,000?
Only to talk about your dick later on in the book. Only to talk about you.
Lady J.
All I'm looking for, she can tell you had a little dick.
Well, okay.
That's stupid. That's the gist of it. You paid all this bread, so you walk around with this big titty white bitch. Only so she can clown you and say you had a little dick.
Well, maybe he needs to go get that ghetto gagger Candace Owens.
Shit. You see, he don't like the sisters that much. Look what he did with look how he clowned all the Fanny and Letitia. You know what I mean? So you really shouldn't. You can't be fucking around with that. Plus, Candace is.
And keep in mind, people, I don't never support no district attorney. You all right, Lady J?
Yes.
Okay. I don't support no district attorney. But if Fannie Willis wants to go fuck this dude, Nathan, that's 2 consenting adults. What the fuck do I care?
Because of the trial.
And the only reason Donald Duck is trying to get it kicked off the case is probably because he wanted to get next to Fannie Willis and got tired of Stormy Daniels.
She was like, and dude was proud to be special that. So I want to know if they broke up because of the trial.
You know, so old Donald Duck, you know, the duck is the duck. And Sarge, where are you? I think what's happening with Sarge while he's avoiding us on Enhanced, because Sarge's boy, Joe Gibson's boy, you know, he's starting to become an embarrassment, you know, to the ideology of them Republicans. Okay. And Stymie. And notice that we ain't seen Stymie lately.
I don't know.
No.
We'll talk about this later.
Yeah. What happened to Stymie?
Hold on. She
Stymie,
better
huh?
let Jesse play the
We
show.
gonna get to Stymie here.
Yeah,
shortly.
that stymie buckwheat looking motherfucker Tim Scott.
But first, we got Boston Democrats call on their residents to house illegal immigrants amid city's overwhelming influx.
Wait a minute. Let me make sure I understand this.
Hold
The
on.
goddamn city of Boston
Let Jesse do his
is
show.
calling up the residents of Boston to have them house immigrants.
All right, play the thing, Jesse, because me and Chewbacca go on like this all day. Let's play. We gotta let Jesse do his show. We gotta keep it
I would never do such
Boston Democrats.
Yeah, that's the one. They got an Asian mayor too, right?
Oh yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's a Boston City Councilwoman that is calling for people to take in these illegal, unvetted, unknown migrants into their homes. You don't even know if you got a real name. You don't know anything about these folks, but let them in your house. And we already know Venezuela, they just cleared out their prisons. You don't know if you got one of those inmates in your house.
Exactly.
Hell no. But this is what they're calling for and trying to make the people feel guilty on top of that. Got some nerve. Well, if you want these illegal migrants to be housed, then I would suggest this councilwoman and the Democratic governor, Mara Helly, put them in your house.
Right.
Take them in since you have
them
this
motherfuckers
concern
is on
about
dope,
them being
man.
housed somewhere. Start with yourself. Let them in your home.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, put
I'm
all
gonna
the
play this
motherfuckers up there in your
video,
home.
and I will be right back with the rest of my commentary.
Boston is running out of room to house migrants, and one Democrat city council member wants residents in the suburbs to start taking them in. She says Dedham, Wellesley, Brookline, cities and towns that have so much more resources than the city of Boston, people who actually have more financial support, we need to do everything in our power to make sure that we are setting them up for success, or whatever success looks like. I think everyone should be opening up their doors because this is a shared responsibility.
Grace Curley lives in a suburb and is the host of the Grace Curley Show. And she joins us now. Grace, great to have you here. If I'm a resident of Wellesley, Dedham, or Brookline, I'm thinking, since when does your horrible sanctuary city policy, Councilwoman Mejia, create a responsibility for me? What say you, Grace?
I agree. And when we saw this happening in Martha's Vineyard, it didn't go well. That was in 2022. Martha's Vineyard, home to John Kerry and Barack Obama, they received 50.
They can sue the fucking Biden administration behind that shit.
That shit was hilarious.
Migrants from Ron DeSantis. They brought in the National Guard. So this isn't going to be a kumbaya moment. This is probably going to create a lot of issues, and there's going to be a lot of unhappy people out there.
Yeah, and this is the genius of Governor Greg Abbott by busing migrants. He made this an issue for blue cities who had previously called for open borders, and now a lot of Black residents, Grace, are angry, and because of this and the economy, those once solidly blue voters, some people say, are up for grabs, and Joe Biden cannot afford that.
Yeah, and I'm so glad you guys brought up Melnia Cass, because that's a recreation center, and that was used for a lot of these young kids to go, and whether it's practice track or just hang out, that was a really important area in that community, and people aren't happy about it. And this is what's going to happen. And people were holding signs, why us? Why not Wellesley? And it seems like politicians now are starting to get that pushback from their residents, from their constituents, and they're panicking a little bit. They're doing things I never thought I'd see them do, like calling on these suburbs. And a lot of people who have signs on their front yard that say, you know, hate has no home here, no human is illegal. Well, now they're going to have to put their money where their mouth is, it seems.
Grace, what do you think? What are people saying in your neck of the woods? Do you think anybody will actually house these migrants?
She did?
There's been a couple of local news stories about people in Brookline and other places taking in migrants. So some people aren't hypocrites. Some people say, listen, this is what I stand for and I will take people in. I mean, it's not that many. It's not enough to handle the influx that we're seeing by any means. But there are some people, and I give them credit, who aren't afraid to say, listen, I have said I'm open to a sanctuary city or a sanctuary town. And so my door is open.
My concern with that, basically opening your doors to an unvetted stranger on the one hand, and secondarily, you're normalizing illegality. So even though you think you're doing something magnanimous, I think it's a bad thing for our country. I want to get your thoughts on this before we let you go. The San Diego border sector just arresting
Motherfucker, you don't want to know my thoughts on that.
Migrants on Monday. Take a look at this comparison. 450 Chinese nationals were encountered at our southern border in fiscal year 2021. More than 20,000 have already been encountered this fiscal year. That's quite a jump. So-called immigration experts say it's unlikely these are CCP agents. Are you buying that, Grace?
No, I'm not. And of course, not everyone who's coming into this country has nefarious intentions, but we'd be naive to not think people are taking advantage of this. And Todd, it actually goes back to what you just said. It's about the incentivization. It's about incentivizing people to come over here and making it obvious that we have a porous border, that you can get through, that there's not going to be a lot of punishment or even vetting if you're going to do that. And if you're a Chinese national or if you're anyone in any part of the world, and this is what you want to do, now seems to be the time, especially we're heading into an election. People realize that if they don't make this decision now, if they don't take advantage of this now, they might not have the opportunity come 2020 to come the election in November, and hopefully if there's somebody else in charge.
Yeah, many of these Chinese migrants say that they're here because of the strict COVID lockdowns. Their businesses shut down, so they're coming here for a better life. But then a lot of them are also military-age men, which is raising a lot of concerns.
You saw that video.
Yeah, and just them scampering into the United States from that open section in California. They know where to go because it says it on TikTok as well, which is another big issue.
Yes, that's connected.
To be honest with you, I think these Democrats should stop pestering people, the public, to take these folks in. Since the Democratic Party, Joe Biden, Kamala, Congress, the Senate, since you're all for these people being here, why don't you house them? Put them around you. Put them in your neighborhood. Put them right there in your house. Why are you pestering the public to do this when you can do this yourself? You're the ones that want these people here. You're looking for the example. You're looking for these people to do that back-breaking work for pennies on the dollar. You're the ones that are concerned about that. So why should everybody else be burdened with a bunch of illegal migrants and migrant families that are coming here?
Connected to nothing.
No.
So I think the people that want them here, it is your responsibility to let them in your house.
Xfinity, that's what this is.
That's where I stand on the whole issue. But y'all, you're going to have to tell me what you think about this video. Please leave your
like and subscribe to Frontline Black News. Like and comment to Frontline Black News.
The next
Check out
video.
Frontline Black News.
Family.
It's connected.
No, it isn't. It's connected. All these people would be.
Why is it saying it's
Because
connected?
it's retarded. Jesse,
It doesn't make any sense.
It's just like everything else. It's made up.
No, they're just controlling it. That's what that.
That means they're watching and controlling it from the sidelines.
That's exactly what that is.
Exactly. Okay, cool.
I have no words on that bullshit right there. That was the biggest insult to my intelligence.
Yeah, y'all go ahead and house these illegals.
House these motherfuckers. These is goddamn criminals. You don't know this motherfucker.
No,
remember, they were giving us so much hell for saying take the unhoused neighbor home.
No, fuck that. They need a bill. Venezuela and all the countries that let everybody in, that let their people out, they need to be sent a bill. And when they don't pay the motherfucking bill, then they need to be fucking charged. Like taxes. Like we need to go collect on it.
Mm-hmm.
Because we've been over there dealing with all their bullshit.
I'm
Especially
flabbergasted.
the other side of it's a front. It's a lie. It's a lie.
I don't know what to say. And this is the most asinine story and subject that has been presented to me in a combined 10, 15 years we've been doing here, New Black Media.
I know.
Yeah.
To quote Donald Duck Trump.
No, Tim Scott.
Yeah, we just don't know, folks.
Yeah.
Yes, a boss.
Yeah, we just don't know. I mean, I'm flabbergasted. They straight shut me the fuck up on that one. I don't know how to respond to that.
There's nothing to respond to.
Uncle Tim
Scott. I know one goddamn thing. Motherfucker better not come knocking on my door talking about he's a motherfucking migrant. Shit.
Yeah, go ahead.
They usually wait till this time to come
but
out.
Why though?
Because they come out at night like the freaks.
Where the fuck they come in? Stupid. Where the fuck they come in? Is it sealed it up?
They're coming in from somewhere. If you see them
Get on
nice.
your job, you check on it.
See them nice.
Get to. You run the show. Go ahead.
Let me change something to see them nice again. Okay, so
because there's no reason for anything to be shadow dancing across the floor in front of Jesse's boot. Jesse kicked my ottoman so hard, I thought the ottoman owed him money. He broke the fuck out of my ottoman.
That was a mousy friend on the other side of it.
I swear, he kicked it so hard. I swear that I thought the ottoman owed him
money. Get a little black cat. Get a little baby panther.
They charging money for little black cats. I remember when they used to stick them on the outside of the box. Talk about free cats. Man, them days is long gone. A fucking regular standard old black cat that anybody and their mother can have, right? And a litter every fucking couple of months is like $150 now. They try to give us with it. They try to give us with the okie doke fees on these motherfucking strange, regular, average motherfucking everyday fucking feral cats that they be breeding. Any given time of the fucking month. They try to charge us $150 motherfucking dollars. I'm like, you stick that shit, you just try to collect money. Just get them up. I got 2 open spaces right now. Just for the sake of fucking, you know me and Jesse. Jesse likes cats. They like him. I don't like cats. They like Jesse though. But
wait a minute though. But a Black Panther is a cat.
I like cats. I like the divinity, but these motherfuckers and my brother makes a good point. My brother said, I don't know if a cat can be a cat anymore. They're too busy on TikTok looking cute and fucking wearing stupid shit and acting dumb. They don't even know if they're real mousers anymore. That mousing shit might have got bred out of them because they had put in some old TikTok programming shit. Like, be cute.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You know, you see all them cat videos? My brother made a very valid point. He said, I don't even know if they can be cats anymore.
Yeah, TikTok.
They're too busy online showing off.
TikTok is off the motherfucking hook shit. And
they're trying to ban it. But moving right along, the stymie looking motherfucker named Tim Scott, Uncle Tim Scott, launched this new initiative to engage black voters.
So only thing I can say about that is nigga, please.
Yeah. Who is in here? It's got to be.
You know, Donald Trump and the Republicans are still on this crap about Tim Scott attracting black voters. Tim Scott does not connect with his own people. You know, y'all like raccoons because they're willing to get in front of the camera and say all the negative things that you want to say to black people all the time. You know, negative, you know, that kind of stuff. Well, we don't listen to raccoons. I mean, think about Candace Owens. She had Blexit, and look at how that turned out.
They're a prime example of all.
I'm just saying, raccoons just can't get the job done. Right. But you Republicans, y'all don't listen. You go by who you favor instead of putting your ear to the black community and listen to what we're telling you.
big fucking.
You don't want to do that. You want to run to a raccoon like Tim Scott and really believe he's going to inspire all these folks to go vote for Trump.
What's
I haven't seen this man inspire anyone yet. So let's get into this story. So, South Carolina Senator Tim Scott teams up with a bunch of his Black conservative buddies on an awkward new media platform to try to peel off potential Biden voters. Do you think Tim Scott is the man to do this?
Fuck no. Oh, man,
I sure don't.
Not when he married a snow bunny. Where's Dr. Umar?
Well, Tim Scott and some Black Republican pals in Congress have launched a media venture to own libs in an effort to attract Black voters to vote for Donald Trump.
Oh my God.
And if you're a fan of anti-Biden rock set to a soundtrack of royalty-free hip-hop and funk music, you will love it. But if not, you may find it fairly cringe-worthy.
This bald-headed Uncle Remus
Scott has come out with this new video series. And it's a podcast, America's Starting 5, on Friday.
America's Starting 5.
Wow. That motherfucker up.
American Starting 5.
So y'all got 5 MAGA fools.
Oh my God.
Melanated MAGA fools.
Well, that don't mean nothing.
And you really believe this podcast of raccoons is going to inspire people?
I'll call a motherfucker up. What's the number? Shit, I'll call a motherfucker up.
Nothing else. Republicans, y'all are dumb as hell. Let's get on with that. And it just goes to show you, y'all, they really don't know the Black community at all. Because if they really truly knew us, they would know not to put Tim Scott in front of us. They would know that already.
Not really.
But since they think this is going to really work, hey, have at it, Republicans. Have at it. So this is what your starting 5 would look like if you had a team of water boys and equipment managers. In addition to Scott, the panel includes,
you remember Shabbat?
Listen to this, oh man, Rep Burgess.
Do you remember if the white girl asked
Tim to be
Tim
her
Scott
wife?
to be her husband?
Her wife.
So some Becky asked Tim Scott to be her husband.
No, I mean, didn't that when he left the fucking presidential election? He went with the white girl. He's like, I mean, you know, you gotta have some bitch to marry him or whatever.
He's trying to get vice
Lord.
Trump still ain't picked this vice president pick.
Zippity doo dah, zippity day.
What
I got plenty of nothing and nothing for me.
We all just die.
Zippity doo dah, zippity day. I am Uncle Tim Scott, a broke ass, ignorant, stupid ass motherfucker.
Oh my God, this motherfucker Tim Scott.
I mean, he is disgusting.
He's stupid than a motherfucker. Yeah. And his podcast is gonna be dumb.
Yeah. Right.
Motherfucker's phone number.
Wesley Hunt,
I hope he
John James, and Byron Donald.
5 Americans.
Raccoon.
Yep.
That's what his panel is.
Yeah.
He put together a panel full of raccoons, y'all.
I am Uncle Tim.
All are right-wing conservatives who have no qualms supporting a racist bigot.
I would like to be a podcast host. Yeah, motherfucker, give me a number. I'll call your ass.
5 Americans.
No, he said the American vibe.
Well,
I don't know what the fuck he said.
I guess they think they're going to get
I'll
some
do a
traction
Facebook
on
Live
this.
calling this fool on the phone.
And
Only thing I need him to do is pick up the goddamn phone.
Crazy.
Ridiculous. I mean, like his whole title of the show don't even.
Oh boy, I don't think I could get through 5 minutes of listening to a raccoon podcast.
Right.
Lisa Capra, give me the phone number. I'll call that motherfucker up there, and I will give him
We'll
a
have to
dose
have
of this
some
black
bottles
card.
of wine.
I'll call that motherfucker up stone
I
sober.
would need to be almost out of my mind in order to get through that podcast. I could not be in my right mind and do it. It is impossible for me to sit and listen to 5 raccoons believing they are going to inspire the Black community to come out and vote for Donald Trump. If y'all are relying on these 5, Donald Trump may not get any Black votes.
Yeah, I'll call this Buster motherfucker up.
You know, you can't put people in front of us that look like us and are willing to go all out to insult us every chance they get. Never have an inspiring word for the people they come from, because you know they're paid not to. They're paid to get in front of the camera and just be negative all day long when they're referring to the people that look like them. You can't do that and then take the same person and put them in front of us to encourage us to do things. It doesn't work. And it never will work. It doesn't matter what Republican or Donald Trump himself put them up to this. It's never going to work.
Right.
You're not going to inspire one from the community, one that really does their own thinking. But yeah, I guess if you put them in front of a bunch of raccoons, and yeah, maybe they'll be inspired, but no one else. That's for sure. So y'all, you're going to have to tell me what you think about this laughable thing the Republicans are trying to do to attract Black voters. A podcast with 5 raccoons on it. And they believe this is going to work. Please leave your comment and subscribe. Don't forget to hit on the notification bell, and I'll see you on the next video. Peace, family.
That did it.
That did it.
Oh, here it is. Okay, here it is. I found it now.
Now, what is this fool's phone number?
American starting 5.
If you have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump.
So these are 5 coons.
What 5?
5 coons. It's supposed to be 5. America's starting 5, but there's only 4 up there.
This must be the trailer, huh?
Yeah.
Really?
You recognize these other 2, 3 coons?
I can't.
Wait a minute.
Can you tell?
That dude sitting next to Tim Scott, ain't that there the dude from Fubu Man Forest by us? That's on Shark Tank.
No, motherfucking
No, you're thinking of Diamond, Damon, or
yeah. Yeah. Thank you, baby. Yeah, I don't know. I can't see that far. It doesn't look entertaining at all. It looks dry.
Yeah.
Real dry.
Boy, these Negroes are disgusting.
So let's watch the trailer real quick.
Yeah.
And you ain't black.
Yeah. So listen, here are 4 non-black black people. I mean, that's a strange thing, you know. My goodness gracious. The good news is in 2024, looks like 4 out of 10 of us ain't black enough for Joe Biden. It's just, to me, it's sometimes frustrating as well as entertaining. Frustrating in that Democrats and Joe Biden get away with saying the darndest things and never held accountable by anyone for the things that they say are so salacious. Entertaining because That is funny. I mean, it's seriously to think that you can't be black. Old white dude telling me I can't be black if I don't vote for him.
I've been black for a very long time.
All time. I've been black longer than you.
You have been.
I have been longer than you. You can't tell. Joe Biden saying if you don't vote for him, which means that you're not black, is like two fellas up here saying go Navy.
We never have.
It's just not gonna happen, man.
That would never happen.
I'm not sure. Maybe it will.
No.
You sure?
No.
There's some things that are undeniable.
There's some things you just don't say.
My grandmother was a conservative. She may never have said the word conservative. She may never have voted for a conservative, but everything she taught me was conservative.
Is the channel on right now? Everybody sees those not.
We have this notion that somehow if you're poor, you cannot do it. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids. Wealthy kids, black kids, Asian kids. I really mean it, but think how we think about it. We think, no, we're going to dumb it down. They can do anything anybody else can do, give it a shot.
Where do you start with that?
So here's the thing. I don't think these are gaps. I think Joe Biden is as serious as hard.
100%.
I think
John,
this is exactly
100%.
what he thinks. The arrogance of these white liberals, condescending not just to African Americans, but to poor kids in general. That he's talking about a socio-economic divide. He's talking about us versus them. He's talking about elites against working class and poor people. And this can explain why a lot of their policies are beginning to move things away from where they're most needed. Senator, I want to applaud you for the work that you've done over the past few years, especially in opportunity zones, recognizing that not just in rural but in urban areas, understanding that poverty hits you the same whether you're white or black, Cuban or Asian, and addressing the needs back at home. Joe Biden has been in Washington since 1972, clearly lost touch with not just the homeland, but the planet Earth.
He's insinuating too that all black people are poor. Did you grow up poor?
I had opportunity.
I didn't grow up poor. My dad's retired colonel in the army. My parents worked their tails off to make sure that we went to private school to have the best education possible.
But as he said, we ain't black, right?
But we're not black, and my parents did so much. It's disrespectful to them. No. Can you believe it?
We don't want to. We got somebody else right on cue.
What do you mean you didn't go for poverty? Just a tad, some big shoulders. A tad. We'll be off the table. South Carolina is majority white, correct? My district is majority white district. Yours is majority white district, correct? Michigan is. Florida, is your district majority white district? Well, how do we get here? Because I guess a lot of white people had to vote for us, right? So it was not like a lot of white people had to vote for us. And I'd like to say that means that we've come a long way as a country, and we are literally being judged by the content of our character, not by the color of our skin. The fact that we're sitting here representing a white majority districts and states.
And we're becoming a more perfect union, working on meritocracy.
Yes, sir.
People love that's American. It's in our DNA.
America, it's in our DNA.
Wow.
Oh man. Okay.
Wow.
Do you have your proper eyewear ready?
I don't have it with me. I didn't steal your son.
Oh, those are glasses right there.
Like, yeah, but see,
You gotta remember, you need to wear the correct gear. These may look good, but they won't protect you. So do make sure you respect your retinas because you're looking at the sun, and that obviously can have some risk of its own. So what's occurring tomorrow? Let's really break it down. The moon blocks the sun, and if you're in the path of totality, the temperature drops. It gets dark in the middle of the day. It's a sight to see, ranging all the way from Texas.
From Great State Tech, Governor Bud.
Title description. So it was on this date, well, not this date exactly, but during this time of a solar eclipse in 1831.
Oh, yes, sir.
The great revolutionary Nat Turner got the inspiration for his rebellion.
At the age of 31.
Yep.
And what else?
Yeah.
How's the Catholic going right now?
It was the same path of what was happening now in 1831.
And
okay, now is it possible that this here is a
Hit all the
repeat
black
of the
cities.
eclipse?
So starting down in Texas, good old state of Texas, crossing over Arkansas,
Arkansas, Governor Huckabee, Governor Bud.
Illinois.
Oh yeah, great state of Illinois with its crooked
Tennessee.
ass.
Good old Tennessee.
Tennessee, yeah, down there, Rocky Mountains, Smoky Mountains.
It's going over Indy, Naptown.
Yeah, it's going over Naptown.
It's going over Dayton, Ohio.
I believe so.
It's going over Cleveland.
Yeah.
It's going over Buffalo.
I believe so. Yes, sir.
Going over Vermont, New Hampshire, and Maine.
Yeah, the dude to get his ass out the way, man. We could probably see the map.
This is our path of total totality
So
towards
it's definitely
Ohio,
going over New
all
York
the way up
State
to
on
Maine. Now,
totality.
unfortunately, here in Colorado, we're likely between 60 and 70%. That's from our perspective, the coverage, if we're looking up at the sun with our protective gear. Here's another way to look at it with the timeline. By 11:28, the partial eclipse begins. 65% are maximum coverage just after noon, so 12:40. This is what we'll be seeing. Just about a third, roughly, of the sun in the background. And the cloud coverage looks to cooperate as well. My final reminder, please wear proper eye gear so you can observe the next eclipse in 2044 because you're still staring straight at the sun. The winds have calmed down. The weather's really cooperating for this event tomorrow. We do get chilly tonight. We're seeing clouds really out of the region. No surprises overnight, but we do see temps within a degree or two largely of the freezing mark. 31 at Greenwood Village, the high country teens and 20s. Evergreen, 23 degrees. So let's get your hour by hour tomorrow noon if you're venturing out to begin observing this event. 50 degrees. We're breezy, but you know what? We'll compromise for that because the cloud forecast has just continued to diminish. So that's some good news, and temperatures, they're rebounding as well. 59 in Lakewood will be the high tomorrow. 30s, 40s across the high country as well as the foothills out across the plains. Fort Morgan, our warm spot at 60 degrees. So temperature-wise, we're slightly below average. Adams County, 59, the lucky number. Brighton as well as Henderson. Thornton, you jump over towards the Douglas County area. Sorry about Franktown, Castle Rock, Larkspur. You're in the low to mid 50s. So we do see rebounding temperatures, but here's one other thing I really want to unpack. As far as the wind gusts are concerned, this is probably a welcome sight by many. We're talking gusts maybe 10, 15 miles per hour. By tomorrow, it is breezy. Not too bad. More of a typical springtime 10 to 20 mile per hour gust. So, hey, you know, the forecast is shaping up. A big event tomorrow. It is cool outside, but we're seeing the cloud forecast really look to cooperate. What we will watch is 1 or 2 thunderstorms by Wednesday, and well, as per usual, warming 76 degrees, Kelly, as we're wrapping up the work week.
We had a wrong car in there. We had a hoopty. We had a little Oldsmobile.
It's almost upon us.
The Oldsmobile on the car, on the premise of the car, Littleton. As we was driving the wrong car in the wrong area. Get a sundown spot, pulled us over, pulled us out the car, and had guns drawn on us right in front of the strip club on my cousin's birthday. And we were just going to the strip club just to see, male strippers and shit. That's where we were going. We were caravan. We were following another car, and they had a better car because my cousin had all these little white friends. Not my cousin Jim, my cousin Jim, and all these white homegirls in her car. Then pass, park, and go out into the club. Me and my cousin Gina pulled up in an Oldsmobile, raggedy one, but it was like we was bumping music, like we was tight. Pulled up, they pulled us right behind us, like, whoop, whoop. Wrong, what you doing over here? What kind of, because we had the wrong car. We had an older fucking, old fucking raggedy ass car. They pulled us over for that, pulled the guns out and everything. We're live talking, and then all of a sudden, then we got tickets. They said we ran lights. We did all this fuck shit. They said all kind of bad things, but they had the guns out. They didn't let us in there. They didn't let us go for like fucking 35 fucking minutes in Littleton. In Littleton.
Mm.
So that's why they don't. That's why when they said on that.
Littleton.
That's what they said when you told them about Littleton, they was like, yeah, whatever. It's a fact.
But I used to work out in Littleton.
It's
I had
a fact.
whole paper written about it.
Yeah, the whole thing.
A whole article written about me about the shit.
Yeah.
About how racist that motherfucking town of Littleton is.
Mm-hmm.
So, moving right along.
Hopefully, this is the last topic, family. It's about to get real disgruntled. Because then we'll go to sleep.
Okay. Instagram implements restrictions on political content recommendations.
Oh, yeah, on Instagram?
Mm-hmm.
Damn. Look, just his energy just falling. You won't even play the thing. Look.
On Instagram. Insta scam. Mm-hmm. So we should still give us the update on that.
No, they have not.
Yes, sir. I remember.
Talk about them. That we
Oh, boy. Oh, you still there? Yeah, you still there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Last topic. We just shut it down. The
Okay. All right, so today is the day of the solar eclipse. Okay.
All the city stuff.
Please, baby, shut it down.
No, man.
Mm-hmm. Nope.
So we already have before we even get to the other topics.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm here.
We're ready. You said there was no.
There wasn't.
You said we had to wait. We couldn't. Yesterday. Guess what you said? When we get near Shabbat,
Yeah, I'm here.
so don't do that.
I'm trying not to do that to
So
you.
you got. No, it isn't. It's hard.
How is it?
Let me. I've been ready.
Shabaka got a phone.
I got a what?
Shabaka got a phone.
All right. Let's see. Okay. All righty. So, the eclipse is happening today. So it looks like that we're only going to have a 40%
No,
shadow here. You
I'm
guys
sorry.
are
I'm
going to have.
the
This
wrong
is happening
screen.
because y'all, you never seen nothing like that happening. You know, it's yeah. I also see this as another component to what's going on. You know, there's a lot of people that are butt hurt by the positions people are taking when it comes down to the Gaza war. So I can see how this is another reason why this is happening.
How's the artist?
Okay. So it's just so appalling to me to do something like this, such as a political movement. And they said, you know, they should be able to decide for themselves whether they want to see political content or not. You know, when you have it limited, you're really deciding for people.
It was in response to what happened with the Mile High News.
So the move comes at a time when Instagram has emerged as a popular source of news and unfiltered updates around the globe and domestic political issues. The Pew Research Center study published in November found that 16% of American adults said they get their news from Instagram, which makes up a bigger share of users, news media, diets that TikTok or X. You know, they are also real popular sources where people go. But ever since the launch of the text-based app Threads last year, Meta has made it clear in its content to pivot away from promoting political content on its platforms. Yeah, you know, there's people, like I said, upset over the positions that people are taking when it comes down to that war that's going on. You know, it's never good to decide for people. That's never a good thing. So anyway, this announcement expands on years of work on how we approach and treat political content based on what people have told us they wanted. And we know what people told you they wanted this. We already know which people they are. And now people are going to be able to control whether they would like to have these types of posts recommended to them. So the head of Instagram also reiterated that he does not see Instagram or Threads as spaces for political and
keep
news.
in mind that Instagram is a part of Facebook.
Yeah, you may not see it that way, but a lot of that content is out there. I've seen it. I've seen it when I go over to Instagram. Maybe you didn't intend for it to be that way, but it is. Meta platforms have come under fire in previous years for being a source of unreliable political content, especially as the AI. A lot of people are using AI over there. Yeah, you know, you saw how YouTube has shut that down also. And it makes the risk of viral misinformation more acute than ever. Politics and hard news are important, but I don't want to imply otherwise. So, ladies and gentlemen, so if you are the kind of person that put a lot of news and political type of content over on Instagram, you're going to have to inform your followers that they must choose that option or they're not going to see you out there at all, especially if that's all that you do. Yeah. So you might want to get that all straight before you even post any more content out there. And you may have to put it out there a repeated amount of times because you know how our people are. You put it out there once, you're going to have a whole bunch of them that's going to tell you they didn't see it, they didn't know about this, you know. So you might want to like dedicate some time to repeating it so that they know what to do to find your content. So y'all, please tell me what you think about this video. Please leave your comment and
And like and subscribe to Frontline Black News.
That's right, Shabaki. All right, so what are your quick thoughts on this?
Okay, my quick thoughts on that there is you all know that Instagram is a part of Facebook, okay? It's because Instagram sits on Facebook's campus over there in Menlo Park, and the address is #1 Hacker Way. Ain't that a bitch? #1 Hacker Way. These motherfuckers is the #1 hackers in the world. Okay, they're gonna get more and more restrictions on political content. That's probably what's happening to us is because Lady Che had pointed out, you pointed it out, I pointed out, they shadow banning us. You see, so they don't like us. Okay. And people
we don't get them.
but we really don't give a good goddamn is because speaking, with one of our colleagues, there's Blacksby.com, black-owned social media company that needs some help. And they're trying to take this Blacksby, that's BLAQSBI.com. Okay. I got this information here, from my sister in Detroit, Michigan.
Wait, spell it again, Shabaki?
Okay, B as in boy, L as in Lynch, A as in Adam, Q as in Queen, S as in slave, B as in black, I as in independence.com.
Let's see. Oh, shit, that was a nice one, Shabaki.
That's it right there. That is it. Okay, so what I'm going to be doing, I'm going to be speaking to our sister tomorrow, and she's going to help me build a profile. Then I'm going to send the link to you. You see what I mean? Is because what sister is saying is that you, myself, her, and like-minded folks like us, all of us are hanging on Facebook and Instagram by a thread. Okay. Okay, it's because we've been in their damn dog houses. We walked the concrete of their Facebook jail.
Oh, they located in Britain. Okay.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? And then going over the site, and Sister Badia is going to direct me for the site. We could upload videos over there. Okay. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna sign up with it tomorrow because she's gonna walk me through the process. And unfortunately, wait a minute. I wonder if I can put my flash drive in my computer and upload some pictures of the pretty kitty. We all know what the pretty kitty is. Yeah, you see. And whatnot, and support Black-owned networking platforms. Okay. And of course, we'll be over there. From what I understand, what Sister was saying is, brother appreciates, all black content. And from what I understand, he's not going to censor us and what have you. Not unless, of course, your shit is redundant, like Uncle Tim Scott in the raccoon chamber over there, or men shoving ketchup up their asses, talking about they menstruating. You know what I'm saying? So if you ain't dealing with bullshit like that, I really don't think, we'll have too much of a problem. Okay, yes, sir. That's it. And so I promised our sister in Motown, that we'll try to help this brother out. Okay, so I will be, getting with her when I wake up, because everybody's going to be looking at the eclipse. And you guys are going to go into more totality than we are, because we're only going to get 20% out here based on the diagram that we saw. But over there in the great state of Texas, give them the bud, and it's going at that 45-degree northeast angle. So yeah, and also too, Black family, I don't know if this might trigger some earthquakes. Okay,
might trigger a lot of things. They put a state of emergencies in certain states and cities.
Oh yeah, it might shut down, and I'm going to recommend that just before it starts, shut down all your devices, cell phones, laptops, unplug them. You know what I'm saying? Because we don't know what kind of shift will happen in the electromagnetic spectrum once this natural phenomenon occurs. Okay. And then for those of you in the East that experienced the earthquake, okay, I've lived through 7s, I've lived through 6.5s, I lived through the 4s, I lived through the 5s, and what have you. And what it is that the earth itself is a living being. Okay. All right. The earth itself, ladies and gentlemen, is a living being. Okay. And every living being has a means of self-defense, rather if it's countermeasures, rather if it's speed to get away. Okay. Living beings have a sense of self-preservation.
Yep. Everything.
Okay, so the earth, it might give us a few wake-up calls, and you dumb motherfuckers who want to launch your rocket up there or during the eclipse, please fly the motherfucker directly into the sun, because that money that you spending on that bullshit right there could feed probably 1 million hungry people in this country.
We're done now.
And don't nobody, consider that. Okay. So what it is, folks, it is 1:30 in the morning. I think this is our last topic right there. Huh? What? No, I'm sorry. Say that again, Lady J.
Thank you. Tell them to shut it down.
Oh, yeah. And definitely check out Blacc's beat and let's support this brother. Based on what I'm understanding is that he ain't going to have no restrictions on us. You know what I'm saying? Like what Fuckbook does to us and stuff like that, and what have you. They fuck us around. You know what I mean? You can't get this community standards. You know what I'm saying? And all that punk ass shit.
Yeah. So we're gonna conclude with this topic right here.
What, Blacc's beat? No. Oh, Lisa Cabrera. Oh, yeah. So definitely check out Blacc's beat. And I'll be in touch with the sister tomorrow to let her know that we are going to try to put the link out there for the brother. And what we need to do is that once we set it up, we need to get on social media, on his Facebook, and ask all Black people to leave this motherfucker en masse. Now, what do I mean by leaving it? You just don't do nothing on your accounts. Log out of your accounts. Every Black person, log out of your accounts. Yep. You see what I'm saying? And then the first goddamn thing that you need to check after you log out of your account is to see what Facebook's stock does on the stock market. If that shit takes any type of dive, keep the motherfucker locked out. Let it take another dive. Let it take another dive. Come over here to Black Beat. Learn people from the Montgomery bus boycott. They did not ride the bus. They got to work. They got to school rap. They walked there, roller skate, goddamn go-kart, you know what I'm saying? Rolling on beer cans, any means necessary, but they did not take the fucking bus.
Mm-hmm.
That principle could be applied here, you see? So then when the Yassa bosses come up, Uncle Tim Scott's, you know what I'm saying? Coon Zone, what have you. Yeah. They can call us, on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. They can say what the fuck they want. But one goddamn thing they ain't gonna do. They ain't gonna override us is because we got the eject button. We don't like using the eject button. And I just want to say this here on Illusion of Inclusion. As you know, Brother Che, he got beside himself, so we had to show him the door.
Uh-huh.
So I called up another platform, and the host of that podcast on Blog Talk saying, "Well, he's got Illusion, and he unmuted Illusion's microphone." Guess what?
Right.
Illusion didn't say nothing to me.
Mm.
Yeah, I know the truth hurts, Illusion, but when you got disrespectful, man, we showed you the motherfucking door, man.
Yep.
You ain't gonna sit up there and cuss and overtalk us and call our women bitches and all that shit. No, motherfucker, you crazy.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
And we're not putting up with that shit. The day of the Yassa Boss of Zippity Doo-Dah Day and Uncle Tim Scott with his bald-headed looking Scotty ass are fucking over. Period.
What was the name of that song that you were singing earlier, Shabaka?
I got plenty of nothing and nothing's plenty for me.
I got plenty of nothing and nothing is plenty for me.
Yeah,
Oh my
Uncle
God.
Remus. Yeah, Google Uncle Remus in a movie called
Uncle
Son of the
Remus.
South. It was made in the 1940s, when they was discriminating against colored folk. They in Hollywood and all that shit, and he just skinning and grinning. That's who old Tim Scott remind me of. Zippity doo dah, zippity day. Happy kind of broke ass brain dead Negro. You know what I'm saying?
For me. Oh my God.
Yeah, we broke, but we happy, balls, and we broke. And I don't know any motherfucker in his right mind is gonna sit up there and be broke and be happy.
In context, I've been like, man, not all money's good money.
Now, a motherfucker who is broke and happy, you could best believe that is one discombobulated individual. The motherfucker has given up on himself. He's given up on the world, and he sat there and accept that shit. And another thing, I wish the fuck a motherfucker would tell me to open up my goddamn front door to some migrants. Make me go suck a dog's dick for all I care. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, this is Shabaka Sankor for Frontline Black News and Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, which is a division of Frontline Black News. I'm tired.
Yeah, I am too.
I've been trying to
Yeah, and we want all you dumpster supporters to call in Tuesday, April 9th, and the number to call is 516-418-5996 at 6 p.m. in the East, 7 p.m. Mountain Time, 8 p.m. Central Time, and 9 p.m. on the East Coast. Okay, so any dump supporters, when you motherfuckers call in, you're going to be roasted. You'll get a chance to talk. You could scream and holler and what have you and all that shit, but you will be respectful. You know what I'm saying? And we welcome our critics. We really do. We love our critics. We love our haters. And please spread your hatred of Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. But please put the phone number up there at 516-418-5996. And anybody who's familiar with me on Facebook that wants to disagree and argue with me and all this old type of shit, that's the number to call. We will let you speak, but as soon as you get ignorant, poosh, the ejection seat. You know what I'm saying? But if you talk reasonable, what have you, we'll listen to you. You could be a motherfucker supporting ketchup up the ass. You could be a Clux, Joe Gibson type, Bianchi or Sarge. And we are hereby officially charging Sarge with desertion. Now, what's up, Sarge? You can't take this heat. See? And we need donations, folks, to keep these platforms up. It's because I'm seeing people up here, man, making money off of bullshit out here. We're trying to do something right for the community. You see what I'm saying? We're trying to help people. You see what I'm saying? And then we got advertisement space for sale. Also, too, on Cash App scams. The next motherfucker out there that sends me a motherfucking link to some Cash App bullshit, automatic delete and block. Is because I've asked about 12 of you motherfuckers out there talking about give them $80 and they're going to give you back $1,500.
Scam.
You're pissing on my head and telling me it's rain. Straight scam. Now, you can go ahead and give me the $1,500 first and I'll give you back the $80.
Yeah.
But when I tell them that, I don't hear from them no more. I wonder why. And then as Lady Che had said, that she knew someone that lost all their money behind that bullshit.
Yeah, Brother
Brother
Shabazz.
Shabazz is the one that told us not to fuck with it. Because he went through.
And they wiped him out.
We're devastated for Brother Shabazz because I think he tried it twice by accident, right?
Yep.
Yeah, you know, like, and it's like, who does that? The type of motherfucker to go to that extent to siphon out somebody's money like that. He's a real raggedy ass motherfucker. He's going straight to hell.
Oh yeah, because the shit that I get, Lady Che, to prove your point even further. They sit up there and say, "Oh, believe me. Oh, I swear to God. I swear on my kids, I won't do that to you." And the only thing, man, is that the damn antennas go up. And this is what happens when you become an old bastard. You see what I'm saying? You recognize bullshit. Okay. And that Cash App shit is bullshit. And if you're a friend with me on Facebook, if you decide to send me a Cash App link, do me a favor, unfriend me, block me, is because that's what the fuck I'm gonna do to you. Because I've tried to be nice over the fucking years. A couple of you motherfuckers talked real good. Damn, they had me going. And that's when I said, "Oh, I gotta send you money first before I get it." So, which means is that you're getting the person's banking information, getting their routing number to their bank account, and then you wiping out their bank account.
Yep.
That's what they're doing. Okay. And the sad part about it is, people, the last 3 motherfucking inquiries I got about that bullshit were black people. Go do that to them Asians. Go do that to the migrants. Go do it to the dump, as in human shit. But miss me with that bullshit. All right, ladies and gentlemen, those are my closing comments.
Thanks for back in.
All right, then, Brother
Joining
Che.
us. Thank you for staying up late with us.
Oh, yeah, it's always a pleasure, okay? And I touch bases with you tomorrow, Brother Che, in a few hours after I wake up. Okay.
Sounds good.
All right, and be sure, and if y'all keep going on, be sure to crumb bomb on Stymie, and be sure to talk about the dump as an orange shit. You know, that sun-baked,
Tangerine.
yeah, that goddamn raccoon carrot top looking orange motherfucker. Fuck him. Let him convict his ass. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Move that motherfucker's presidential campaign headquarters into the goddamn federal penitentiary. Put his ass on Alcatraz. What they need to do is, because Alcatraz is a tourist attraction, right? Because they closed it as a prison, man, over 60 years ago, right? Throw that motherfucker over there. Leave him there by himself with the rats and all the shithole countries he's talk about. You know, so it ought to be good and fucked up, you know, and let the motherfucker walk around on the whole goddamn island. You know what I'm saying? And leave his ass there for about 20 goddamn years. You know what I mean? And then if the old bastard dies while in custody, just take the son of a bitch and throw him in Frisco Bay and feed him to the sharks. Fuck Donald Trump. All right. I'm out from Sin City, y'all. Okay. And I want to make that perfectly clear, by the way. All right. Talk to y'all soon. Okay.
Peace. All right, so we'll play one little track and we'll go through. 8 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, these are Venezuelan squatters in New York. They were arrested and they said, you know, they had criminal records already and they've been squatting here for a while. And the neighbors and everybody have been complaining. This is a home in the Bronx. And they said many of these migrants have been squatting there. And during the arrest, they went in there and they found guns and drugs, you know, and they were previously arrested at the southern border and then released into the U.S. So I'm going to show you a video and I'll be right back with the rest of my commentary.
Prince in New York City now been arrested for squatting inside an apartment in the Bronx, and most of them already back on the street as we speak. Released on no cash bail, police confiscated bags of drugs and several guns on the property and say the property was entirely trashed. Joe Cardinal is a former NYPD lieutenant now running for New York State Assembly, and we'll see how you do in your election. Joe, good morning to you.
Good
I didn't
morning.
realize the laws here. The laws really give the squatters a lot of rights.
Squatters have all the rights.
Where's that come from?
Well, this is just the way the real estate industry has gone in New York City. They just give, listen, we do not have any rights any longer. The rights are taken away and they're given to squatters, they're given to criminals, and people have had enough with this. And that's why you have the neighbors calling in. Neighbors see this, they know there's something wrong over there, so they called up and look what the cops stumbled onto. 8 people in there, 1 7-year-old as well. Drugs, guns, 4 guns were recovered from
These
them.
squatters were there for a year.
A year.
Right.
And
the
look
guys
at the
are
damage
saying
they're
they
doing.
woke them up every night at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Exactly.
And you're in a campaign now. You're running for office. You decided to throw your hat in the ring. You said, okay, I'm going to try to run for assemblyman in New York. And this issue of immigration, illegal immigrants, and the squat, this story has like all the elements all wrapped into one. And I'm wondering what you hear about any of these issues when you're on the campaign trail. Now, Corinne Jean-Pierre at the White House says squatting is just a local issue. She says the border is a Republican's fault. Is that what you hear on the trail?
Absolutely not. Long Islanders have had it. All right, they see what's going on. They see what bail reform is doing. It's coming from both sides of the aisle, Dana. We are seeing it from so many Democrats who have said, we've had it. I mean, where does this make sense? In what world does this make sense to anybody? So in the world of the Democrats, because all these illegal migrants translate into votes. We all see it. We know that's the direction that the governor is going. And she's going to double down on it very soon when she starts giving them government jobs to go along with their government IDs that were issued when they came here. So people see what's going on. I think it's definitely time for a change, but you always have that fear of people just, drinking the Kool-Aid and going across, straight down party line and going, no matter what, we have to stay Democrat.
Dana's right about how it's the merging of all these issues coming together.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Like in one house, in one yard. Immigration, crime, and no bail.
And no bail. And you would think that maybe they start, swaying away from it, from the events that happened last week with Officer Dilla, now Detective posthumously, Detective Dilla, with his funeral and everything. And what led up to that point was recidivists out on the street that should be in jail. You have the combination in this one apartment of the same issue. You have cops going into an unknown situation and they recover 4 guns, drugs, and they're there for a year. And the neighbors have had it, and it falls on deaf ears, because when the cops have to respond to just a call for squatters, they said, well, you have to take it to court. And in the courts, the landlord loses, the owner of the house loses. Not in Florida.
The New York Post put up this loose cannons, migrant squatters busted with guns, drugs, freed on no bail. There was also a child that was there, right? And so if they'd been there a year, who knows what this is going through. And so this is just, I guess I'm trying to get to the point of, this is just one story that brings it all together. This is happening all over. It's not just a local story. I mean, even local problems can be caused by federal governments not doing what they're supposed to be doing, in this case on immigration.
Absolutely. And when I do the radio shows across this country, it's the same. They all want to know what's going on in New York City, but they see how it's going across the whole country. Everybody's going through the same thing. And how many times can we speak about what's coming across the border, how dangerous the people are that are coming across the border? And then we get accused of saying, we're fear mongering. All right. And it's not true. It's right there and, on the screen. Well, when Fox shows it, it's there. All right. But the other stations shy away from it, and they say, oh, no, it's just, and then Jean-Pierre is over there saying, oh, no, this is just the Republicans, trying to drum up votes by fear. It's not. It's real. People see it, and it's hitting home for a lot of people.
In New York City, if you're a squatter for 30 days, you have the rights to that property. It's absurd to me. In Florida, you mentioned this, Polk County Sheriff said, if you park your car and leave the windows down, is it okay for someone to get in your car and take it? He says, oh, that's nonsense. And that's what you say too.
Exactly. And in Canada, they want you to leave the keys in the car. That's the answer to it. I mean, the answers are absurd.
Thanks for being here.
Okay, so when the police went in there, these are the guns and ammunition they found in there, along with drugs, as you can see here.
Ooh.
And when you look at the pictures, they just trashed that place. Even the neighbors said they did. And, it's a disgrace what this country will allow. Where are the people that shoot our people on the spot? You notice they don't encounter those folks.
Yeah.
They could be squatting, attacking police, kicking a cop in the head, attacking citizens. And you notice they don't have that same smoke for these migrants like they do for the Black community. You notice they sure don't encounter those Karens and Darrens and the ones that get all hysterical at the sight of us. They don't encounter those kind of people. And even the cops, they don't encounter those shoot first, ask questions later cops. It's amazing. It's like day and night, isn't it, y'all?
Yeah.
Many people notice it. Many. And you can best believe the squatting is going to get far worse than what you're seeing now. Now that they're learning what the laws are, it's going to get far worse. And America, you can thank Joe Biden for allowing this to happen. These guys were criminals. And like I said, they're not going to have a problem getting guns. Not even supposed to have a gun, but they got them. But no, let me take that back. A federal judge just said that, illegals can exercise the Second Amendment rights of this country, right? So they can do that. So, hey, this is what America is turning into. But you know what, y'all? It serves your butt right. It serves you right. So tell me what you think about this video. Please leave your comment and subscribe. Don't forget to hit on the...
Yep, and don't forget to do the same for Front Run Black News. I had two more topics when I don't get to. So I'm glad they caught these goddamn illegals that were squatting up in New York, up in the Bronx. That's great news. But then they released them. That's not good.
That's not good.
Oh no, they got previously apprehended at the southern border, then released.
Yeah.
They've caught them since.
Man, it's also squatting in people's house. Yeah. Damn.
Yeah. So what are your thoughts, Lisa? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, well, me, I was just talking about it at city council. I was like, these motherfuckers just think they can do whatever. I mean, fairly, you gotta be scared, man. Let's go open your shit. Fuck what the fuck they talking about. Get your shit, figure it out. If you know the rights, what they're allegedly talking about. They got squatter rights. Then there's ultimately a way to fix it. You know what I mean? It is your shit, and the same way they got it is the same way you get your shit back. And once you go up in there, they really don't have no proof. Like, here's the thing, man. This is when you could put something in your name in a person's mailbox at their house. Does not make that shit yours. At the end of the day, it does not make that shit yours. You're not a resident of that fucking place, especially if you're illegal. So if you know that these motherfuckers squatting in your shit are illegal, make sure you bring your fucking documents and say you're a legal tenant that legally was your house, is your house, or apartment, or whatever the fuck that you're supposed to be there. You do not authorize that motherfucker. Make sure you got witnesses to motherfuckers know they don't live there. So that goes upon your shit. They ain't got no money to show they paid rent or state taxes, property taxes. Jesse, wake up. Property taxes, any of that shit. So since you know, and this is your shit, fight that. And make sure they go to jail and stay in jail and get deported. Simple as that. I mean, that's really what it is, because They shouldn't be living in your shit without permission. Just because you feel like you're there, it's not an abandoned warehouse. It's a motherfucker's place to live. Whether they paid it, they left it abandoned, the bank took it. It don't fucking matter. It doesn't belong to them. That's the whole point. And you can't just do that and then act like the owner is in the wrong. People have been doing that now for a while, and the owner is never in the wrong. What it is when the police come, the police arrest the wrong motherfucker. But that's okay. If you make a note of everything, everybody catch they cut at the end of the day. So just keep that in mind. No matter what happens, at the end of it's okay. At the end of the day, everybody catch they cut, and you just stay persistent. Get your shit and make sure they get their just reward. They trash that crib. Make sure they fucking fix that shit.
Right.
You know what I mean? That means if you got to go to jail so that your fucking shit can be fixed and you not get out, well, I guess that's the fucking cost it was to break the fucking law. That's do the time, man. You broke the law, did the crime. It is a crime to steal somebody's residence.
Mm-hmm.
You do not have a fucking right to that.
Correct.
It is a crime. So you do the crime, do the time. And there's no making it right. Let me fix it. No, motherfucker. You know how you fix it? Get deported. How about that? that way, that'll fix it. Yeah. And while you're at it, tell your president, go ahead and send me a check. Right. You know what I mean? That'll fix it. Fucking apology. Mm-hmm. Get deported. Tell your president, send me a check. Thank you. That's all. That's really what we should be talking about. Yeah. There you go, baby.
All right. Well, thank you for that. Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Commentary, Lady J. So, there's one more thing I was gonna play before we lay it down. Mm-hmm.
No, you're not. Baby, come on, you really keep your eyes open.
It's like 2 minutes long.
No. Stop it. I'm starting to watch you doze off over here. Let's go.
It's like a 2-minute clip. Huh?
Oh my God. It's never 2 minutes.
Mm-hmm. It's less than 2 minutes.
Jesse, if that fucking laptop finds itself.
2 years ago.
All right, your little hotspot come up missing. It's your fault. Right on yourself. Right on yourself.
So
yes.
We are having another rally for reparations in Washington, D.C. And this is
they could wait till tomorrow, Jesse.
Commercial for it. It's already tomorrow.
You're not even talking loud enough so people can hear you.
Yes, I can. It's already tomorrow.
No, you can't. You're like, reparations, Washington. That's what's happening, family. Am I wrong? I'm not wrong.
We came here to Washington, D.C., shoulder to shoulder, with our voices raised in unison, demanding recognition, justice, and reparations. Yep. That moment was etched into the records of our struggle. And now, brothers and sisters, we are going to return here to Washington, D.C., not merely just to reminisce, but to reignite our spirit of determination, to amplify our voices, and to reaffirm our commitment to the cause. Join me, Tariq Nasheed, here in Washington, D.C. at the Rally for Reparations Juneteenth celebration at Freedom Plaza. We're going to have a vast array of phenomenal speakers, guests, leaders, and activists who's going to reignite that spirit of Majawa that's within us and our lineage. You don't want to miss this event. Go to rallyforreparations.com. That's rallyforreparations.com. Come on down here to Washington, D.C. Be a part of history. Join me. Stand up for yourself. Stand up for justice. Stand up for your ancestors. Rallyforreparations.com. See you here.
Oh, that was worth it then. I take it back. That was worth it. Shameless plug. Shout out to Tariq Nasheed. What is it? Stand up for reparations.com?
Yep.
Yep. Go there, family. Without the new Blacc media, we would not be riding this wave. These motherfuckers would not be following the coattails. They need to thank the new Blacc media. Sing their praises real loud because the new Blacc media has been on their helmet, heavy pressure. We're just little signal boosters, but we're doing our part to help the shit along. You know what I mean? So shout out is April too. April is new Blacc media appreciation month.
Yep.
Shout out to Tariq Nasheed. Just black everybody and their mama. Then we follow.
Yeah.
Religiously.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Hats off. Salute, salute, salute. We won.
Yes.
Yes.
On that note, we are out of here.
Say Blacc, say Dangerous, a favorite, people. We love you.
So we didn't get to the good times shit. So we're gonna get to the good times.
It's a good ass show.
Oh shit. Remake that Netflix is coming out with. And then whatever other topics that we'll have to discuss in part 3. So make sure y'all like and subscribe to all of our platforms, Frontline Black News, The Revolutionary Agenda, and Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. And we look forward to you dumpster supporters calling in on Tuesday evening. And just in case you forgot that number, let me remind you once again. You can't say, oh, I didn't know the number. The number is 516-418-5996. We want all you dumpster supporters to call in and tell us what tangibles we're going to get from a dump regime. So we will see y'all tomorrow. For today, everyone, stay safe, keep your heads on a swivel, enjoy the eclipse, especially if you're a Crip and Black. And we will see y'all then tomorrow.
Huh?
For part 3.
Yep. After we do city council, we give them that work.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So
Exciting.
Yes. So we'll see y'all then. Peace.